certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Oh, good. Oh, no. Good morning. Whenever I open my stupid mouth in the morning, man. Jesus. I've been talking. Said good morning to SP. Came down here to start the show, and then all of a sudden, hacking away. Hacking away. You'd think this hacking is bad. Wait till you hear the next 4.5 hours. Good morning. Welcome to the show. It's me. It's, as they call me, the toe. I never asked for it. I never wanted it. But here I am. I am the toe. Welcome. A government shutdown. A lot of people didn't think we'd be here, seeing as we are funded by USAID. But here we are, the propaganda show that you love best. Here for the next 4.5 hours, and for the second or third day in a row, goal-free. Now, let's talk about this. Thank you. Let's talk about this goal-free business. So, you guys hammered out today already, and 50? I have to now keep track. You're 50 into tomorrow. Not to be outdone, those bastards on the evening show yesterday, they went and knocked out this week and all of next week already. Now, they have $100 less a day to make than you do. So no one's sitting here saying, look, you guys are a bunch of pussies if you don't get through next Thursday. But I would have to say, this is a game changer for the toe, because on the evening shows, we don't have to ask for a dime for over a week and a half. That's a game changer. The morning show is ahead right now and can just continue to stay ahead. That's kind of amazing. So we are technically in the best spot we've been ever to be goal-free on Steel Toe for an extended period of time. It will be back to the old school. Oh, my God. Well, anyway, look. Welcome to the show. I did give the evening show a rundown of yesterday's events, so I feel like I owe you the same, and then we'll get going today because, guys, we got a shutdown. We got The View crying about fat people. We got Joy Reid mad that you want to keep more of your tax money. We got a lot of stuff to get through today. Megyn Kelly catching strays because she won't say that Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are Nazis. That's, by the way, it's weird to watch the Overton window shift in your lifetime. Like, it's one thing to study history and go, wow, things have really changed since, X, Y, or Z. But, like, to watch it, to know it was different once and it's not like that anymore is wild to me. Like, it used to be. And I think before the internet, before everyone went, fucking 6s and 7s, you could talk to anybody. You could have a conversation with anybody. It didn't mean you endorsed them. It didn't mean you loved them, or it just meant you would debate them. You would talk to them. I don't think Gore Vidal and who was the conservative guy who talked like this? William F. Buckley. I don't think they liked each other. In fact, but they had a series of debates. In fact, William F. Buckley once said to Gore Vidal, Call me a, you know what? No, fuck that. I'm going to see how many American historians we have in here. One of the greatest quotes of all time, if you can pull the William F. Buckley quote to Gore Vidal, the threat he made to Gore Vidal, it's one of the classiest yet homophobic and angry threats I've ever heard televised. But you used to be able to do that. Now if you talk to a guy, you're that thing. And there's this really stupid trick they play on you where if you don't say you hate their guts, then they say you're one of those things. It's such a creepy, weird, Orwellian, kind of a socially Marxist tactic that people do. So Megyn Kelly's out here catching strays. There's rumors that CBS is going to hire her. So now those rumors are out there. So people, now there's this movement on the left to say, oh, well, she's a Nazi. She doesn't disavow Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. It's like, it's not anybody's job to disavow anyone except Gino Bisconti, who out of the Gino Bisconti business. But it's not, you don't have to. Like, if you don't disavow someone, it's not like they put an armband on you and you immediately have to do rallies and you become that thing. It's so incredibly stupid. So we'll get to that. A lot happened yesterday. Now, I had to kind of contain my laughter on yesterday morning's show because there were not a lot, I'll be honest with you, not nearly as many angry, psychopathic people, incredible amounts of support. I have to say, I was shocked by that because after yesterday, it's usually a day where like the crazies come out and they want to, let you know that you're in their head rent free 24/7 and you basically control their life, which again, I have to tell you, it's ridiculously sad. If what happened to me yesterday makes you sadder than me about it, you're fucked up. You've got to get help. If you're coming in here today in anger at me, you need, and I don't mean this as a euphemism, I mean this in the strongest terms possible, you need to seek psychological care. You are in danger. Your brain is in danger. Your soul's in danger. Guys, the war's over. I've been saying this for a long time. The war's over, and yesterday was the end of it. And I had my sentencing hearing yesterday. The good news is the state did not get their way. And, while I think that the whole thing is fucking psychotic to begin with, at least the state didn't get their way. I learned a lot going through the criminal defense process in this country. Number one, innocent until proven guilty doesn't exist. I'm sorry to report it to you guys. What you were taught in school about the American criminal system is wrong. We can always point out like communist propaganda. We can always point out propaganda that other countries do. I think the hardest thing to notice is the propaganda that you've been living your entire life. What you were taught in schools about what our system is incorrect. There is no such, the idea of innocent until proven guilty is incorrect. I think our legal system should be replaced by Ivan Drago just saying, I must break you. Because that's what it is. And once you are accused of something, you are allowed to be harassed, lied about, harangued, anything. They allow it. The state will allow it, not society in general. And I will say this, thank God for level-headed judges. Thank God for level-headed judges, and thank God for defense attorneys. Defense attorneys in this country are the true heroes. And you might say, well, Aaron, they defend rapists and murderers and terrorists and all these things. All of those people deserve a defense. If you believe in our system, all of those people deserve a defense. If you want evil, if you want crooked, I think our criminal prosecution system is rotten to the core and extremely vindictive. The state of Minnesota, in my case, the prosecutor for the state of Minnesota, really tried to bring up a lot of things that have nothing to do with the offense I pled to. It had nothing to do with anything. The prosecuting attorney in this case was mad that I dared to have a sense of humor about this whole thing being done and the plea deal being done. She literally, in open court, was like, and he laughed about this. You're allowed to. In our system, you're allowed to. And it shocks me that an attorney, it really worries me about our system, because I'm sure they're not the only one, that an attorney doesn't know that a person who has been crushed and pushed and pressured and bullied and harassed by the state of Minnesota doesn't get to have a sense of humor. That's so telling, because the whole thing about our system is, it's not, we're going to prove you did something. It's not any of that. It's, we will fucking break you. And I cannot tell you how proud of myself I am, how appreciative I am of my loved ones, how appreciative I am of all the support I got, because it's not enough that you tell them, hey, I fucked up and I'm sorry and I'm willing to take whatever, come what may from that, because I did all that. I did all that in spades. And then after our hearing in June, I was a good boy. I didn't say a fucking word. And they still tried to hang something on me because the prosecutor was upset that I was a good boy. You can't win coming or going with the criminal justice system, which is a farce to call it that. But you're a good boy. You behave yourself. The state will get mad at you because you were a good boy and you dared not to be broken. So I'm very proud of that. They get to stand up there and just lie about you. I mean, just this bitterness that oozes out of them. So yesterday we have the sentencing hearing, and thank goodness, I have to say, Judge Heidi Schultz is an incredible judge, an amazing judge. I mean, she saw through all the bullshit, and she basically went, hey, dude, look, this would all be going roses for you if you didn't fuck up that one violation back in March or May or whatever it was. And she gave the state, what the state of Minnesota was asking for was so insane that at one point the judge literally laughed at a request that the state made. The state said, well, I've seen him drink on his show before, so I think he should be banned from drinking. And the judge went, no. And then they went, I want him to be put in jail today. And the judge goes, I don't do that for my felony cases. And then she went, she kind of did that chuckle smirk. She goes, I'm not doing this for a misdemeanor case. And then, did the sentence and went on. Look, all in all, I'm happy with how it went yesterday. That second violation that was made up of whole cloth did not stand because the judge saw through it. And the judge said, Mr. Imholt, I'm going minus fines and whatnot. I'm going to return your bail to you. I am not considering this alleged violation in my sentencing because I agree with Mr. Imholt and Mr. Peterson. There are serious problems with it. So I appreciate that. And basically, she gave me 8 days I have to serve. People keep asking, how are you going to serve it? How are you going to serve it? It's not totally up to me. We're checking. My attorney wants to do it one way. I want to do it another. We'll see what happens. Either way, it's 8 days. So they gave me 8 days, which if I ran the show, is that overkill? In my opinion, sure, but I'm biased. The state wanted 45 days. The state wanted 45 days, and we got 8. People keep throwing around the number 15. It's not their fault. I don't think they understand how this all works. They say 15 in Stearns County. You serve 10 of that. I got credit for 2 served, so 8. You got to do 8 days. And honestly, it would have been 0. It would have been nothing. But the Gino and Keanu show from back in May or whatever it was when I was on vacation. So, and then people are like, fucking Gino. Yeah, Gino runs his mouth. Yeah, I don't like what Gino says. I think Gino says really nasty, shitty things. And I also think Gino has a human weakness that way too many people have, in that he can't ever admit he's wrong, and he'll double down a lot. So professionally, I'm out on Gino. I will not be working with Gino again because, look, the man just can't control himself. It happens. I'm not saying he has to stop. I'm not saying he has to change the way he is or anything like that. I'm just saying I'm not associated. I can't stop other people from, just doing toxic shit. I just have to say I'm not part of it and I don't condone it. That's my thing. So yesterday went like that. I'm getting my bail money back, which is nice. 8 days, which is remarkably manageable. I'll be honest. I went into yesterday thinking they were going to throw 30 at me for the violation. I thought they were going to throw 30 at me. So when I heard 15, I was mildly relieved. When I was informed that it was actually 8, I was like, holy shit. Okay. I mean, it really is a matter of perspective. Like when you prepare yourself for something, the things that feel like a huge win and a burden off your shoulders really is crazy. Because I was going in thinking 30. The state asked for 45. It ended up being 8. It's almost like if you come in, you go, oh man, what are we having for dinner? And they tell you something like, oh, it's going to taste like shit. And if it's mid, you're like, this is gourmet. So it really has to do a lot with perspectives. So the state wanted 45. We got 8. So that was nice. I think Judge Heidi Schultz did a great job of seeing through all the bullshit. She really did. She agreed with us on the violation. The state prosecutor tried to stop me from giving my final statement, which I thought was fucking insane. And the judge saw through that. Like I said, if you ever find yourself, my advice to people would be this. Don't ever do anything that could make you a defendant because you will be treated like absolute shit and it won't matter. There is no innocent until proven guilty. So I will say this, keep your nose clean, behave yourself. Don't get involved in the system. Be as free as you can. That's what I would say. I did something fucking stupid. You do something fucking stupid. You hand them the gun, they can riddle you with bullets. That's on me. That's my fault. But you get to learn a lot. And that's really the amazing part of all this is the amount of knowledge. Because, a lot of people, they get to a certain age, they stop learning. I feel privileged that I've been able to open my eyes and learn a lot throughout this whole thing. So yesterday, look, it feels a little like the Cowboys-Packers game. To be honest, it feels like people are saying, oh, it's a win or, oh, it's a loss. It feels like a tie, it feels like a tie in a game you thought you were going to get blown out in. You're like, I didn't notch the huge victory, but I didn't get kicked in the teeth either. I will say this. If there was one thing I could protest and change about our criminal justice system, it would be that I think defendants need more rights. I was chastised by the state of Minnesota for having a sense of humor about my plea and everything else. And it's like people are allowed to cope with traumatic things in their life through humor. That is okay. Those are not violations. That's not anything like that. You're allowed to have a sense of humor. So I thought, again, going through the system, it's an evil system. It's a bad system. I think in a lot of cases it does more harm than good. However, I will say to you as a human being, there's an easy solution to that. Don't put yourself in that situation. I put myself there. And I got to learn a lot about our system. Judges, I think, are good. I've never been high up in the system. But every judge I've ever dealt with has been very professional, very good. And, a skill set that I think is underrated for a lot of judges. I know that you'll talk about federal judges that reverse Trump shit and stuff. I'm not talking about that. On the local level, I've been really impressed with their ability to see through bullshit and just call balls and strikes. That is really wild to me. That's a gift as a human being. And then, I would say other than that, it's all over. It's all done. We'll figure out these 8 days, and then fucking life goes on, baby. Life goes on. There was a lot of stuff that the state wanted that they didn't get, and people have been like, "Oh, isn't that awesome?" Doesn't it? Not really. I don't feel. I'm not gonna. Again, I did something dumb, and you got to take the punishment for it. So what if they didn't get everything they want? We didn't get everything we wanted. Like I said, we said 0 days. We said stick to the deal. You got to stick to the deal. And they said 45 days and no booze. They didn't get either of those things. But we didn't get our 0. So, things go on. There was one thing that happened during this thing that I do believe shows not just bad faith, but corruption. I can maybe get into that later, not today, but there was a thing, I'm going to tell you about it someday, and I think it's going to blow any amount of faith you maybe had in our system, because it kind of speaks to how even when you are the victim of a crime, if you've ever done anything in your life, you have no rights. It's really wild. I don't think it's a systemic thing. I think it's a personal failure, a personal corruption, but I have been advised by counsel to file reports on it, multiple counsel. So I will probably be talking about that at a later date. And it does have something to do with the with something else. It doesn't have to do with this necessarily. It has to do with something else. So look, man, yesterday, I'm going to say went as well as it possibly could have. Went as well as it possibly could have. Like I said, it could have gone a lot worse. And I was really prepared for it to go a lot worse. Thank God it didn't. Thank God it didn't. $2 from Fuck You Dude. He says, with $2, he says, history is a circle. The Italians will always fuck over the Germans. Oh my God, I didn't even consider it. Oh no. Oh no. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, in these trying times, there's one universal truth. Michaeline Thompson has a summary judgment in the state of South Carolina for $13,000. Oh, guys, she didn't do anything. She didn't do anything, for God's sake. I will tell you this, I have laughed my balls off. I have laughed my ass off at some of your guys' jokes. You guys have been very... Oh, no, did I say today was 9:30? No, I didn't say today was 9:30. Someone just said fix the date on the show. Oh, boy. What did I fuck up? Oh, on the scroll, you mean. Oh, my bad. My bad. Sorry, Stalin 19. I apologize. Let's go to $20 from JD Straight Shot. He says the best thing to come from this is that Gino lost his only part-time gig in the Dabbleverse. Karmic swore he was coming after your time slot, then had a mental breakdown after one day. Another win for the toe. Diamonds and Henna says this case would have never gotten that far in many states. Look, I live in the People's Republic of Minnesota. That's all. Kaijo Shai says, seriously considering 45 days on the taxpayer dime makes the judge a stupid fuckhead. No, the judge didn't consider that. The judge did not consider that. The judge thought that was a bridge way too far. So I appreciate that. And I have seen two people are very unhappy in the chat. I mean, look, guys, I didn't make the decisions yesterday. All right. Like, I didn't make the decisions. So take it up with the judge who made the decisions if you're unhappy with what happened. Like I said, your mental illness, I want to help you. You should not be more upset about this than I am. Like, even my fans who might think this is all bullshit, like Diamonds and Henna and others, even they're saying like, hey, Aaron took responsibility. What are you going to do? You fuck up. Like, they're like, because they have jobs and they have lives. If you're more bummed about this than I am, seek help and maybe consider. And I did see a steel toe hater say this yesterday and they got jumped on big time. They're like, you know, maybe they kind of had an are we the baddies moment. They were like, are we maybe a little too obsessed with this? And is this insane? And like, I wanted to go, yes, there you go. Pull at that thread. It is you. And I didn't see anything else from that person, but I was like, you know what? Maybe there's hope for a couple of them. Maybe there's hope that they can live normal lives. The rest of them, I think their steel-toe derangement syndrome might have gotten them. I do want to thank everybody who was incredibly supportive, and I don't want to bore my audience. I know this shit is boring. We're going to get to Shutdown and everything else in just a second, but so many people last night were, showing your appreciation with money is fucking insane to me. I just appreciate it so much. The fact that you've loved this show for so long or supported this show for so long that on a day like yesterday, you decide to show your love and support with a ridiculous amount of money, I have to say, is very kind and very heartfelt and very touching. And it didn't stop when the show ended last night. Walter with $25 says, great show tonight. Your attitude is amazing. Well done. Put this towards the morning show. Yeah, again, the thing about the criminal justice system is that they don't want you to have a good attitude. They want you to be broken. They want your spirit dead. And if you have the audacity to have a good attitude and an upbeat attitude, if they can't crush that, they will get pissed. And they'll just stand there and the state of Minnesota will lie about you. It's honestly, going through this, it made me I had a mild panic attack for other people. It was either yesterday or the day before because I was just calculating just how many people in your local community are. I worry about how many innocent people are in jail. Like yesterday, I thought, I'm like, man, if I could have taken any different steps in life, I would have been a defense attorney because I think being a defense attorney, you can really help people. And if you want to stick it to the government, you want to fight back against a corrupt system, I think you have to do it from the inside. And being a defense attorney might be a good way to do that. I really do think they are the heroes and the knights and the guardians of our system, those and judges. I think if you work for the government, you work for the devil. I really do. Because I just thought yesterday, I'm like, the saying, I'd rather have 10 guilty men go free than one innocent person spend a day in jail. I feel that. And I worry about others who didn't do anything wrong. Like me, fuck that. I did something wrong. But people who didn't do anything wrong and they just don't have the resources and the state can slander them, lie about them, fucking hammer them down, beat their souls. Maybe they're not as internally tough as I am. They don't have a sense of humor and a way of dealing with things like, hey, life goes on. You learn your lessons. What do? Teach people. But I worry about, the mentally ill. I worry about the poor. I worry about these people who the state doesn't care the state doesn't care about the truth. They just care about getting their guy and getting a win and putting a plus on their win percentage on the back of their baseball card. And these poor fuckers get railroaded. I could pay for an attorney. I could, I was privileged to be able to go through the way I was, and they still try to break you. And they still, and if you, the crazy part to me is if you choose not to be broken, they will use it against you. I worry about others. This made me really worry about other people in that sense. Somebody too says, you mean we could pay for your attorney? Well, yeah, there you go. Los Federales with $1. I have a feeling I'm going to get this a lot. Here's $1 towards your commissary. Don't forget to bring your Costco card. If you don't fight it, it's over quicker. You can cry in your cell after. You're not alone. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, off we go. By the way, you guys are 225 away from tomorrow. So perfect week at the end of the show. Perfect. We could be at a perfect week already. Okay, let's get into this shutdown. I wanted to make sure that our opening segment today was not more than a half hour long. Mission accomplished. And again, I know I sound gay. Thank you guys for your support. You've been amazing. It's been incredible. Man, I can't say thank you enough to how great you guys have been throughout this whole thing. And onward and upward. Thank you so much. It just 8 days feels like nothing compared to the weight that's off my shoulders. The weight that's off my shoulders. 8 days, it'll come and go. 8 days will come and go. How many times have you've been on a trip or you got a trip coming up and it's 8 days away and you're like, oh, that's forever. And then blink of an eye. Here's what I figure. I got at least 40 more years spinning around on this rock. I got to find 8 days of that next 40 years to give. And then poof, the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life goes away. It's all done. All right, let's get into this shutdown, which is happening. I know there's been a lot of shit thrown at us the last few months, between like Israel and Epstein and Charlie Kirk and the Annunciation shooting. And like, there's been a lot of like Ukraine, Russia. There's been a lot of stuff that like a lot of noise, a lot of wall of noise that's been thrown at us seemingly as a distraction. But did this government shutdown sneak up on anybody else? Because I didn't even know we were at risk of a shutdown until like late last week. It was like Thursday or Friday of last week. I found out we were at risk of a shutdown. And then this morning I wake up and how many times in your life has there been a threat of a shutdown and you're just like, yeah. Okay, we're going to have a shutdown. Okay, whatever. And then always last minute, oh my God, there was a funding bill that was passed that'll patch the hole for 90 days or whatever. That, by the way, that's how we're running our government now. It used to be when I was a kid. This is another Overton window shifting in time. When I was a kid, you would pass these things every year, like up until about the Obama administration. You would pass these things. They were called budgets. So sometime in 1998, Bill Clinton and Congress would get together and they put together a budget for 1999. And that was what was going to fund the government. That's how much money the government got. You would know what the surplus and the deficit was. You'd pitch, and then you'd negotiate it. You'd take votes on it. You get a budget passed. Bill Clinton signs it. Boom. There's our funding for the year 1999. Except the CIA, which they don't have to disclose how much money they get. Isn't that something? Who's in charge? So, what year were they created? What year was the CIA created? Anyone? Cool. What year was Mossad created? Same. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, cool. Anyway, what I meant to say was, now for the last 15 years or so, for the last 15 years, we've been doing these things where they just pass like budget complements or extended funding bills. Like we don't actually pass budgets anymore. I don't know when the last time, I want to say the last time the United States passed a budget was 2008 or 2009. When was the last time the U.S. passed a budget? The Trump administration budget proposal was released on March 11th, 2019. We did get one in 2019. Okay, so we did get so it's been at least 6 years, which is not good either. How many budgets have passed since 2000? Congress has not passed a budget on time in any year since 2000. So there have been I knew I was right about this. There have been no budgets passed on time in 25 years. When was the last time a budget passed on time? The last time U.S. Congress passed all of its required regular appropriation bills on time for a new fiscal year was in 1996. So it's been about 30 years since we've actually passed a budget. So when I was a kid, they used to pass these things. Now they pass temporary funding measures. And but we've been doing this for so long that even though they've been talking about a government shutdown, I'm like, they're gonna, while I'm asleep, they're going to pass some shit. They always pass some shit while I'm asleep. They play their little brinksmanship game until the 0 hour, and then something gets sent to Trump. Well, this time they didn't. This time they didn't get anything passed. And in this case, you're going to have to get a special session together. You're going to have to get, multiple people to, give up the funding on this and people from this district to get this kind of thing funded. And it's just, and you're going to have to pass something to open up the government or don't. Or don't. And we can just keep this government shutdown. You see me, I'm a pro-government shutdown guy because what a government shutdown means is that shit has to close down and the taxpayers get to save money. If the government is shut down, paychecks can't go out. For some things, I think the postal service is not affected. There's some essential services that are still going to be up and running. Like, believe me, the military ain't shutting down today, okay? Military bases around the world are operating as usual. But some shit is going to shut down, and that's going to save the taxpayers money. I like shutdowns. Especially if the government is shut down because we don't want to keep adding debt to the country. So I root for shutdowns. You know what I root for? I root for not raising the debt ceiling because, if you don't raise the debt ceiling, it does mean that the government can only spend the money it takes in. Only the money it takes in can be spent. So I don't know, if you want an easy budget balancing tool, just don't raise that debt limit. Make the government live on what it takes in. I bet you we can do it. It's kind of like what people say with the Social Security trust fund. People are under the impression that Social Security is going to run out in 2033. That is a lie. That is not true. First of all, like $1 trillion a year comes in for Social Security through the payroll tax. So you would at least have $1 trillion a year to pay out. What's going to run out in 2033 if we don't do anything is something that Reagan created called the Social Security Trust Fund. That's a slush fund. Basically, it's to cover the shortfalls in Social Security. And that means that right now everyone's getting 100% of their benefits and will continue to get 100% of their benefits until 2033. After that, you're probably looking at about 75% of benefits unless we do something to address the shortfall. One of the things we could do is make rich people pay Social Security. That would be nice. Right now, the first $160,000 of your income is taxed for Social Security. So if you make over $160,000 a year, you don't pay any more into Social Security than anyone else. And I think that is goddamn highway robbery. I really do. My opinion, if you want to fix the Social Security trust fund system, now, I think Social Security, you should just do away with it, give people their money back and let them invest it, or turn Social Security into a nationwide 401k Roth IRA investment fund so that it can grow. Because on average, a retirement account grows by 7 to 9% a year. Even like you'll have down years, sure, but over a 10-year average is 7 to 9%. I think that would save Social Security. George Bush tried to save Social Security by privatizing it. And people didn't want to give the banks that much power. Then 2008 happened, and then fuck all that, right? And I get it. If you give them trillions of dollars of our Social Security money to play with on Wall Street, that could end up in a disaster. You're right. But if you do, like, my solution is get rid of Social Security, eliminate it. But let's say you want to save it. Make the first $20,000 to $25,000 every American makes tax-free from the payroll tax. That'll help businesses. That'll help individuals because businesses pay 7.5%. Individuals pay 7.5%. So the first $20,000 to $25,000 you pay your employee, you don't pay payroll tax on it. You're an employee, same thing. You don't pay payroll tax on the first $20,000 to $25,000 you make. After that, raise the cap to $300,000. You could save Social Security in one fell swoop. You could save it that way. But How the fuck did I get on that? Government shutdown? What a dork. All right, let's catch up on the government shutdown here in just a second. Zenman with $5 says, I wanted to donate to your commissary and pass this info along to you. Oh, this is incredibly helpful. We're helping me. Oh, I love advice. Thank you, Zenman. By the way, you guys are 220 away from tomorrow. I appreciate it. Switchblade Proper says, we should also not give out Social Security to people who have so much money they don't need it. I work at a bank and old people who have millions still get it. I think those people should only get based on what they pay in. And if you pay in to 160 grand, I do believe you should get what people who made 160 grand make, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way. But I get it. Yeah, people who have millions of dollars and still get Social Security, that fucking sucks. I do understand that, but they did pay in. So there is that part. They did pay in. All right, let's see what advice Zenman gave me. He's donating to my commissary. Thank you.
Hey, y'all, let's make some prison scallop potatoes.
You guys are fucking dicks. Oh, I get it. Eight days being served, but I still have to be the potato guy. Okay, so the potato joke is not going away. Here I thought like jailbird jokes would replace the potato jokes, but now we're just melding them together in kind of a family unit. Thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to use jalapeno cheese, salt and pepper, cheese puffs, and for our potatoes, ruffled potato chips, the cheap brand, right?
All right, we're crunching up the Doritos. This looks like just a heart attack waiting to happen. We're dumping the jalapenos in there. Salt and peppers here. Water. Then we're stirring those up.
Okay, I put our cheese sauce mixture to the side, and now we have to take some potato chips, and this is a bowl of water, y'all. We're just gonna let the chips soak up the water. We're just gonna hydrate the potatoes, right?
What the fuck?
Okay, y'all, it took about 5 minutes for our potatoes to hydrate, so I'm just gonna mix the cheese sauce mixture that we have prepared.
It's like Cheetos and jalapeno cheese on soggy, hydrated potato chips. You guys are disgusting.
I'm just gonna mix all the potatoes up with that cheese mixture.
Ew. I know there's a lot of gross shit and people are like, oh, I'd try it. This is not one of those things. This looks fucking disgusting. Oh,
okay, so our scalloped potatoes are in the chip bag. I tied it off with a hair tie. If I were still incarcerated, I would put these in my hot pot and cook them for about 10 minutes. But today I'm just gonna use the stovetop and put them in some hot water.
Privileged white lady.
See how they turn out. Okay, I think our potatoes are done. We're just gonna make our bag into like a little makeshift bowl.
So it's like
they look pretty good, guys. Let's give it a try.
Oh, there's no crunch, so it's just a mushy slop concoction. Get the fuck out of here. Well, thank you, Zen Man. I appreciate the recipe. That's very helpful. Waylon with $5 says another 5 spot for your commissary fund. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're getting our commissary fund all filled up. Thank you, buddy. Scott Jonesy with $1 says, how are the kids in SP taking it all in all this insanity? It's how it affects others that I've thought about. And aside, how did Gino and Keanu manage to pay their rent? I don't ask people that question. Look, SP's like she's bummed, about the whole 8 days thing. But it is, I mean, how do I put this? It's manageable. It's just something, you'll do it, you'll go through it, and then it'll be over. As far as the kids go, I'm not going to. I think there needs to be certain parts of your life that are private, and how the mother of my children and I talk to our children about that, I'm going to keep that home, if that's all right with you. Los Federales with $1. One thing I'm very grateful for is I get to teach my kids very valuable lessons, and they don't get to go, because I remember when my parents would try to teach me shit, and you'd get defiant and you'd be like, oh, what do you know? You don't know anything, and blah, 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 blah. I get to teach my kids now based on, hey, I fucking know. All right? Don't tell me like, oh, what do you know? Like when they get older, they're not like that now. But like when they get older, like, oh, what do you know? It's like, motherfucker, I know. I fucking know. Because there's a lot of people who probably think like, oh, I can do this and I'll be fine. Or I'm like, dude, I know where all the pitfalls are. You can't bullshit me. Los Federales with $1. Oh boy, I've been getting a lot of these super chats too. Los Federales with $1 says, lastly, to my friend Aaron, rest now, brother. We have the watch. I'll see you in Valhalla. I don't know. Also, my attorney was very interested and in the fact that people were organizing a harassment campaign to try to have me harmed whenever I go in. That has been reported, and that will be dealt with. Again, I think that's a sign of crippling mental illness, and you should probably get that checked on, in my opinion. Chevrolet JB says, I've always said a night in jail should be part of high school. Trampling at the zoo, you're going to come out with a buzz cut and a swastika tattoo on your chest. But I'm not. L Omega Red Boy says, hey, you're not in jail? That was another thing yesterday. I had to keep a lot of stuff quiet yesterday, but there were a few things I was kind of laughing at the anti-steel toe people about, because I think the reason they're mad today is that you notice anytime like I tell them what's going on and they don't want to believe it, it's you're lying. It's like, well, guys, I'm living it. Sorry, I know what's going on. But I think what they're mad about is they set themselves up for these delusions, and then those delusions didn't come true, so they had to cope about it somehow. Like, yesterday they were like, you're going to jail today. And like, I knew a long time ago that I wasn't going to jail today or yesterday. I knew that we knew we weren't. My attorney was like, I think we're going to pretty much get the deal. And we pretty much did. But he said, even if you get sentenced to a little jail time, you're not going tomorrow, obviously. So I knew that wasn't going to happen. But I just kind of let people believe it because they whip themselves up into a frenzy and then they get to be mad at me after. And then there were other people going, your felony is still on the table. I'm like, it's not, guys. It's literally in black and white that it's going to be dismissed today. And then they thought that was going to happen. And then again, these people, they build up shit in their head. And then when they don't get it, they get mad at me. Like, if I get something that they didn't think I was going to get, then I'm lying. It's like, guys, it's fucking crazy how you think. Hobo Chili says, I was hoping for the electric chair. I know, Hobo. And my attorney and the judge got all of your letters. You didn't have to go Andy Dufresne and write them a letter today begging them to give me the chair. The judge told me, she's like, I've never given anyone the chair for a misdemeanor. I don't understand. Who is this hobo guy? What's a chili recipe? And I'm like, just humor him, please. Humor him. Aaron's coming back with prison tats and a teardrop. I want to be like when Ving Rhames went in. I want to see if they got a boxing league. Veldrain with $1. Like, everyone thinks it's like the state penitentiary. Like, I got to do 8 days in jail. Like, I'm not going into like Shawshank. Veldrain with $1 says, Aaron, don't tell any jokes in the slammer or the state might try to add more days. It is wild to me that if you don't break, they will be upset with you. Like, it should be unconstitutional, but I don't know. It's like, guys, I admitted I did something wrong. I fucked up. Like, you got me. And they're like, and the state of Minnesota is like, no, you're having a sense of humor about it. It's like, Read the Constitution. It's fucking allowed. Catalano with $2 says, Toe, no looking, don't smack your lips, and yum yum. Thank you, Catalano TV. Red Fox Bad with $4.99. Don't worry, Aaron. We will make sure you still get your mashed potatoes while you're in jail. Let's go, Toe Boys. Thanks, pal. Los Federales with $1 says, go to start at 25 seconds. It could save your life. All right. Okay, let's start at 25 seconds. And, well, I'm all about saving my life, so. Oh, God damn it. Bro, don't worry. You just squat. That's all. You just squat. $5 from Zen Man. He says it's all jokes, cuh, until Valhalla. Or your 8 days are up, whichever is first. But definitely follow this advice. We are going to get to the government shutdown, I promise, but my audience gets to have a little fun first. Here's Los Federales. He says I have to follow this. Oh, this is the same. It's the same thing. Scott Jonesy with $1 says I spent 4 days and 3 nights in an Eastern European shithole. It was a former Gestapo HQ. An interrogation unit. My advice, bribe the guards and you'll be all right. And as it's Minnesota, praise Allah. Sean Lee, God damn it, why can't I think of his handle? I talked to him, I call him Sean. Potentially criminal. He asked me, he's like, is 8 days enough for you to convert to Islam? I'm going to get, I think one thing I'm going to do, you get to read a lot. I think I'm going to read, and I should probably exercise. I should probably do planks and sit-ups and shit like that and, work on this shit since I got time. It's, people ask you, they're like, what's jail like? Because they're like, oh, jail's going to be this. It's fucking boring. It's really, really boring. You can, I think the first time I was there for the arraignment, I talked to one of the guards for a while about like football and shit. Like the Viking season was coming up. So, oh my God, that was the Darnold season. It was that long ago. And yeah, we talked about that for a while. And then I read a book and, if you find shit to do, you can pass the time. But yeah, trampling at the zoo says jail is fucking boring. It is. It's very boring. Waylon with $1 says, Aaron, be careful. Prisoners will know you're coming in with a sizable commissary fund. Well, if you guys would stop donating to it right now. I mean, look, they're seeing all these 1s and 5s come into the commissary fund. And yeah, I'm going to get fucking rolled for Snickers bars. Somebody too with $1 says another one. Can't make this up. Phantom X says, my style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. MSO says Aaron will be entering jail like Gene Wilder and Stir Crazy. Yeah, the fuck's up. Somebody too sent this one in. All right. This is not me. This is AI. That is not. And why am I chewing into the microphone? That seems rude. First of all, that's not where the pocket in a hoodie is. Second of all, to those of you who said I got fatter, that picture is from like 10 years ago. So fuck you. Third of all, why would I chew into the microphone? Thank you very much. But no, I am going to contest that is an AI picture. Oh, man. Chevrolet JB says it was boring till some weekender came in and wanted to fight. Then I sat and made fun of him constantly. Omega Red Boy says wet toilet paper and mold them into dice. Let dry, put dots on, and you will be a top dog with this invention. Oh, thank you, Red Boy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ray Peacock says, say you're transitioning, get into the women's jail. Thanks. I'll be all right. Mac with 1999 says, thanks, Toe. Thank you, Mac. I appreciate it. You guys are $200 away from tomorrow. What a bunch of goddamn studs you are. Thank you. Thank you. Zen Man with $1. Fresh fish. Fresh fish. Until Valhalla, bro. Boy, that I'll tell you this. That Until Valhalla shit, you guys have been sending me that one a lot. By the way, they're still not knocking down our memberships. I don't know what's going on. But right now, we're 92 memberships away from 700 on Rumble, and we are pushing 500 on YouTube. So you guys, unbelievable support. Thank you very much. A week on house arrest is easy peasy, and it only costs $200. Cheers, brother. One person writing in. This person writes in, says, don't worry, Aaron. I know where you're going to be held. I will be there with my 77 high boy, chains and mashed taters after a few days in. Might have to get a disguise because you'll keep streaming, but we can make it work. For obvious reasons, this is a joke. Yes, I believe he's just teasing. Thank you, Atomic Ray, for gifting a membership. See, I was going to get into the government shutdown stuff today, but it seems like people want to make a lot of jokes. It seems like Steel Toe fans want to make a lot of jokes. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, man. Oh, Larry says, don't talk to guards. The other inmates will think you're a snitch. It'd be funny. I'm just talking to him about the Vikings. Like, man, I think our offensive line is really patchwork right now. It's really something else. That guy did it. You're saying that's bad? You're saying that's bad? MGD says, I need a drink. Oh, yeah, that's one of the other copes people had. They thought that I got sentenced to not drinking. Or they thought I was going to be sentenced to not drinking. What? Why? My offense is not an alcohol-related offense. Like, people, again, it's another thing that people wanted to happen. It didn't, and somehow that's my fault, no matter how crazy what you thought up was. But no. Again, if you don't act broken, the state of Minnesota will get pissed, and they'll get vindictive. The state of Minnesota did say, I think that he shouldn't be allowed to have alcohol because I've watched his show, which, by the way, thank you. And he drinks sometimes on there. And the judge didn't even reject that. They just didn't even address it. They didn't like say, I'm not going to say that he can't drink. They just moved on. Like it wasn't even a consideration. Miss Tay gifting a membership to Concrete PD. Thank you very much. Miss Tay gifting another membership, this one to Peen Wienerstein, which I absolutely love. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, Clippers Unite has been very mad at me, too, because he didn't get his way. Sorry, bud. Sorry, buddy. You usually throw $1 in there with that. What's wrong? Hard times, baby. I can spot you some. I got a pretty full commissary right now. I can spot you some. That puts Miss Tay at $40. That puts Walter at Walter's at 50. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Walter in third at 50. Sorry, guys, I'm in the middle of fucking this whole thing up. Walter is in fourth place with $50. Miss Tay is in the cuck chair at $40. And On a Wall is falling out of the cuck chair at 30. Okay. On a Wall. 30. Jesus Christ. Aaron, learn how to fucking count. For Jesus, in Jesus' name we pray. 89 memberships away from 700 today. Nader P says, start learning how to do complicated handshakes today. Thanks. I have a feeling Rumble Friday is going to be a blast this week. Waylon with $1 says, this movie might save your life. Watch it before you turn yourself in. Okay, let's see. What do we have? Midnight Express. These websites don't show up on OBS because it's copyright. So I can't play this. I'm sorry, buddy. but I appreciate it. Power Windows with $1 says, take notes, Aaron.
When you go to prison, if you drop the soap, what happens? Now, let me tell you something, man. Are you dropping the soap on the motherfucking streets? If you ain't dropping it on the streets, don't be dropping that shit in prison unless you a motherfucking Peter Gazer. And what a Peter Gazer means that when a motherfucker's showering and he's walking around in his fucking butt, you're looking at don't be up in there looking at once a motherfucker recognize that you looking at his he gonna think that you're on some punk time, and that's gonna lead to him trying to get you to drop your soap so he can go up in them butt cheeks. So your best thing to do is don't be Peter gazing. When you go to the shower, keep your motherfucking soap in your container. If you drop your soap while in the shower, let it go. It's not that expensive to get another piece of soap.
Thank you. You guys know we're talking about 8 days in the county, right? Like we're talking about 8 days. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I also, part of the sentence was up to, I thought this was interesting. I had to ask my attorney about it. They said up to 2 years probation, right? And I'm like, what does up to mean? And he said, what's up to? No. He said that it's kind of their discretion. Like, because I thought it was just two years straight up, right? Like 2 years, that was part of our deal. It was, you get a suspended sentence and 2 years probation. And he said it's actually at probation's discretion. Like, if you turn out to be a boring probation guy and you're not fucking doing anything and you're checking in and they find it to be a waste of time, they'll say, you're good. So I don't know. I'm a rookie when it comes to this particular thing. Concrete PD says Peter gazing is the worst. All right. 185 away from tomorrow. So MGD says, Miss Arab, $5 from MGD. She says, I'm going to Berlin this Sunday. Somehow I'm not half as cheerful as you are about the slammer. You're going to jail in Berlin? Am I Miss Arab or are you bonkers? Look, man, this whole process has been harassment, bullying, trying to break me, like the whole thing, and it's over now. And it was going to be 0 days. It turned into 8. I got to say, the way they were gunning for me, the state was gunning for me, I thought it was going to be worse. And it's just, I guess I have a good attitude. I guess I have a good sense of humor. I don't know. You're not bonkers. I don't think that you're Miss Arab. I don't know what Miss Arab means. I don't know if you are Arab at all. But I don't know. I think you're fine. I think everybody handles shit differently. I'm just really thankful. I'm just glad that the worst decisions and the worst part of my life is behind me and it's all over. And it was just 8 days. I think if you hadn't pulled up in life, I could be talking about my eternal soul burning in hell forever. So 8 days, in the cosmic, spiritual sense, I think that's very manageable. And again, I think it's very fair. I think the judge was like, look, I would have given you your way, but you and Gino and Keanu did this fucking retarded thing. So here's 8 days for your trouble. I get it. I totally get it. I think that's also part of it. It's like I was told, you got it. You nailed it. Crushed it. Fucking good. Just don't fuck it up. And you stumbled. So I think it's the fact that I earned it. That I did something to get it. So there's that. There's that. Oh, Mikey doesn't think I'm going to behave myself while I'm there. So if I get in fights and stuff, it's going to be 15. Dead Game says, all I got was 1 year unsupervised. It's literally a money racket. I don't know about money racket, Brett McCart says, write a new chapter after you do the time. When that door closes behind you, begin something new with life and faith. Think I'll get some Bible reading done? I think I'll do some of that. That sounds like fun. Hooters Girl says, it's like thinking you're going to die from stage 4 cancer and they find a breakthrough. Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy. I like my meal analogy, but then again, food. All right, let's get into this government shutdown thing. You guys have been, this was only going to go until 6:30, but you guys have been hilarious this morning. You've been very funny. I appreciate it. MGD, thank you for the compliment that I'm cheerful and upbeat. I am, man. I am. I don't think anybody will know. I don't think anybody will know where I've been. And I think when you can kind of understand and empathize with where I've been, I think you'd have a good sense of humor and you'd have a good head on your shoulders just to be moving on as well. I think you would. And I don't expect you to understand. All right, let's get into this government shutdown business. What exactly happened? We gave you the run up to it. So how did these guys fumble and fuck this up till midnight? So the Republicans have the House and the Republicans have the Senate. They have the vice president, so they have the tie-breaking vote. And you can't pass a budget? Republican House, Republican Senate, Republican president. Get something done, guys.
Good evening. I'm Stephen Romo. Following breaking news as of 12.
Stephen Homo. Stephen Homo. I shouldn't be a newsman.
12:01. The government is beginning the process of shutting down.
Yay!
Adjourning for the night after Congress tried and failed a last-minute attempt to pass a funding plan. The White House Budget Office sending a memo to federal agencies to start executing their plans for an orderly shutdown. In a new report, the Congressional Budget Office estimating the shutdown will lead to the furlough of about 750,000 federal employees.
Yes! Find jobs in the private sector. Hey, you know what's interesting about this? Kick every fucking illegal out of here. Get every fucking illegal immigrant out of this country and then melt down the federal government to nothing. Not only can you furlough all of those 750,000 workers, you can fire them. And what do they probably make on average? 75 grand a year? Because you got the ones that make a lot, you got the ones that make a little. 750,000 times 75 grand a year. That's $56 billion a year. And that doesn't even count the bennies. That doesn't count the benefits and all that shit. So let them all go forever. Close down their departments. Let's save hundreds of billions of dollars a year. And then, what are those people going to do when they go back out into the workforce? We will deport 10 million illegals. And there will be plenty of jobs for everybody. Yay! America's back. Or just keep spending $2 trillion a year that we don't have on top of a $35 trillion deficit. See, this is why I like shutdowns. I like not raising the debt ceiling. If you tell me you work for the government, sorry, you're part of the enemy. You're part of the problem. So if you tell me I work for the government, we got shut down. Good. Great. You know who's not getting shut down today? Welders, plumbers, electricians, shit like that. Aaron, you mean the people who pay for your show? Shut up. Those people are not getting shut down today. They get to go to work. They get to make money. They get to support their family. You know who doesn't get to work today? People who have suckled off the fucking taxpayer tit their entire fucking lives don't get to make more money off of us today. Good. I don't mind that. If the government hurts, I'm a happy guy. Same thing with the, should we raise the debt ceiling? No, we shouldn't fucking raise the debt ceiling. Should we give crack addicts more crack? Well, I mean, I guess in San Francisco, you get heroin with a clean needle. The point is, we have a serious problem. That problem is a government problem. So why should I be sad that the government shut down? I'm happy. Let's take whatever government we have during this shutdown and let's come back with just that government. Now, I know that's never going to happen, but until people stop feeling guilty about these government shutdowns, because here's the craziest thing the media and the government does, is they tell you this is bad for you, and then you believe it, and you're like, oh, God, a government shutdown, that's terrible. We need to solve this. No, we don't. Sit back. Let it happen. Spain's government, they haven't been able to put together a government this last year or so. Their unemployment rate shrank by 18% and their GDP went up. Like, you don't need government to have a prosperous economy. And that's why, as people, we should demand that these shutdowns go on. We should let them lengthen Because the more we can prove that we don't need the government apparatus we have, maybe the more people will wake up and go, let's just vote to take a fucking hatchet to this thing. I would love that.
Workers got a memo earlier telling them of a possible furlough, and that memo included a message putting the blame on Democrats. Republicans push for averting.
See, that's kind of shitty, isn't it? Like, I don't care if you blame Democrats for shit. Blame them all day long. Blame Republicans for that matter. But, like, to send a memo that says, hey, you're furloughed, you go home, you're not getting paid. By the way, it's the Democrats' fault. That seems a little petty and cunty.
A shutdown by passing what's known as a clean continuing resolution. That CR, though, already passed the House and would have kept the government funded at current levels for a few more weeks while the negotiations continued. But Democrats say they are trying to prevent a looming health care crisis. They're calling for Medicaid cuts to be rolled back and for Obamacare subsidies to be extended. Both parties now pointing the finger of blame.
So wait a minute. They want... Go back to that. I got to hear that one.
The Democrats say they are trying to prevent a looming health care crisis. They're calling for Medicaid cuts to be rolled back and for Obamacare subsidies to be extended.
So just vote them down. This is what I don't get about the Republicans. You have the majority. Vote on the fucking thing and let's call it a day. What, do you need a super majority to pass a budget? You shouldn't. You got 51. Let's go with the 51. You got a 4 or 6 seat edge in the House. Let's whip everybody into shape. Let's get this thing done. Let Thomas Massey bitch about how we spend too much money. I like Thomas Massey, but let him get up there and, let Rand Paul talk about how terrible we are and then have him vote yes. But we want the Medicaid cuts rolled back. We want Obamacare subsidies. We have a looming healthcare crisis. We do have a looming healthcare crisis in this country. But until the actual people get healthy, there's not really a lot you can do. It's like these Democrats who think that if you just raise everybody's property taxes and you just give a bunch of money to schools, all of a sudden it'll fix the education problem. It won't. Number one, schools are historically terrible with money like any government program. Number two, schools don't get better until parents stop being fucking terrible at their job. And as long as these parents are still out there going, my baby wouldn't do that, the school is wrong, the kids are going to be fucked up. And there's not really a whole lot the schools can do about that.
Both parties now...
Same thing with health. You're not going to be able to do anything with money as long as people just keep being fat and unhealthy and sick all the time.
Pointing the finger of blame.
24 pages long, funds the government till November the 21st, at which time you have the same leverage then that you have right now, and we have until the end of the year to fix the ACA credit issue. And we're happy, as I said yesterday and I've said on multiple occasions, to sit down with you to do that.
Leader Thune did not come once to me and say, is this bill acceptable? What do you want in the bill? So they call it clean. We call it extremely partisan. Not one discussion, House or Senate, between the two leaders.
Is Chuck Schumer aging into Henry Kissinger? I mean, it's just weird to look at. Chuck Schumer looks like Bill Maher and Henry Kissinger had a baby. That's Chuck Schumer now. He never came to me once to discuss this deal. Well, yeah, you're in the fucking minority. Shut up and vote yes. And this would fund the guy. I'm still embarrassed that we're still just doing government funding shit through November. We can't get a fucking budget passed. It's ridiculous. It frightens me sometimes to think of how little Republicans and Democrats give a shit about this $35 trillion debt. And when you talk about the debt and they're really honest with you, you know what they say? They go, well, our GDP is so high that we can afford the debt and other nations are going into more debt than we are, so we're okay. And it's just God, none of you want to fix this. None of you want to give it up because money is power. And if you give up a little money, you're going to give up power.
That is not how you negotiate.
That's true. He is Jewish. He would know. What you do is you passive aggressively break down the other party until they feel bad for you and guilty, and then they give you more of your way. That's negotiation.
Millions of Americans.
And then if they tell you that their interests aren't being met and that they need other things to vote for it, you call them an anti-Semite and compare them to the Nazis.
Americans will feel the impact of this shutdown. Paychecks will be stopped for more than 2 million federal employees.
Yay! Can we spend this time now that since that picture came up, can we spend this shutdown time to discuss how we can get rid of the TSA? and make airlines fund their own security or make airports fund their own security? How much does MSP make every year? I need to know. How much money does MSP Airport make per year? I am a boomer. I'm reading I'm reading out loud as I search. MSP Airport's total annual revenue figures aren't directly available, but the Metropolitan Airports Commission reported that MSP generates over $16.7 billion annually in economic impact to the Twin Cities metro area, a figure that includes business revenue, personal income, local purchases, and taxes. In 2023, about a third of the MAC's $447 million in revenue came from airline fees, such as a charge based on aircraft weight. So you could fund security. I mean, they're probably very happy that they don't have to fund security and that the government's doing it. But A, the TSA is fucking trash. And B, I would trust airport security a lot more than I'd trust the TSA. I'm sorry. Let's continue.
But essential workers, including TSA staff and air traffic controller.
And by the way, they took away security from the airports because of 9/11. And it's like 9/11 was allowed to happen by our government. So like that was going to get to happen no matter what. So it ain't security's fault.
Controllers will be expected to continue working with no pay. And there will also likely be pauses to public services, including access to public parks as well.
That's fine. It's getting cold in Minnesota. It's not. It's still in the 80s right now, but we'll be fine without the fucking bison parks for a little while. All right? Get your shit together. I love that. They're like, hey, there's going to be pauses and disruptions to key public services. You're like, oh, the post office? No, actually, the post office still runs because they generate revenue. Oh, okay, cool. Social Security checks aren't coming out? Well, no, actually, you've paid into that, and there's a trust fund, so we'll be sending those. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we don't give a shit. Turns out, because you always lead with your strongest thing. You're like, oh, we're going to close down services. And they're like, what? The parks. Yeah, fuck you. Let's shut down the parks for a while. Better yet, while you're shutting down, sell the parks. Sell them to somebody else who will operate them. We got lots of private parks in the United States. We got lots of private campgrounds, and guess what? They're way better than the state and federal ones. They're way more fun. But we're going to shut down key services. All right, hit me with your best shot. What do you make me feel bad? The parks. Oh, so you're going to shut down parks for a while we get our fucking fiscal house in order. Yeah, I'm cool with it.
As museums. The federal government is required to provide back pay once the government is funded again, but federal contractors are not compensated for that missed time.
Well, then you ain't getting no coke. Know what I'm saying?
Shutdown was during
I hope you die.
That's a little extreme, Ike. Jesus, Ike Clanton just goes from 0 to 100.
President Trump's first term. That shutdown lasted 34 days and was the longest in history.
Nice.
This time, President
Break the record. Break the record.
President Trump is threatening to make cuts permanent.
Nice.
We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like. Because of the shutdown, we can do things medically and other ways, including benefits. We can cut large numbers of people out. We don't want to do that, but we don't want fraud, waste, and abuse.
This is weird. Trump's going that's right. If you don't bring this shutdown to an end and give us our way, we can cut benefits to people. It's like, easy there, Palpatine. Jesus Christ. If you don't end the shutdown, we can kill old people. No, wait a minute. How about you hit them where it hurts? How about you can do shit to them? How about you can do shit to the powerful people? Not like, if you don't end this shutdown, I'll take away your grandma's medicine. No.
And, we're cutting that.
Not clear who's going to blink first. Now let's get to Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin for more on this. So, Julie, what happens now?
Yeah, that's the million.
You know what's amazing? The government's shut down. I bet you Israel still finds their weapons under the Hanukkah tree every year, whether we're shut down or not.
Question. The government has officially shut down. My phone is blowing up with statements from Democrats and Republicans already trying to point the finger and play the blame game so that they're...
That's good. That's called leadership. That's really productive. So we've got our government is sitting there texting media people going, it's their fault, right? Like, imagine you work for the media, you go through your emails and you're just like, fuck, we're never solving this. Because your email's just blowing up with, that guy's an asshole, fuck him. And you're like, you just don't care about anyone, do you?
Does not get blamed by the millions of Americans who will be impacted by the consequences of this shutdown. The first one, Stephen, since 2019. That was the longest shutdown in history. It happened under the president's first administration. It lasted 35 days. I mean, even if you're not a federal government employee and you think it's not going to impact you, by the way, the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimating that nearly 1 million people could be furloughed, costing the government potentially $400 million. Even if you're not in that bucket or you don't know anybody who's a federal employee, you could still be impacted. That is because...
But again, if you're furloughed or working without pay, once the shutdown ends, you get your money. And I get that it sucks that you're not going to get that money and you're kind of a victim of these Democrats and Republicans not being able to get their shit together. But you chose to go to work for the government. I really do want to feel bad, but you chose to go work for them, for them, the government. You chose to work for the fucking government, I want to throw a few thank yous out there before we move on to something else and get your thoughts on this shutdown. Miss Tay with $5 says the bison are going to have to fend for themselves. We'll see them in Valhalla. Victor, could you get me the Kash Patel, don't get me the "to my friend Charlie" part. Just like, rest easy. We have your watch. We'll see you. I'll see you in Valhalla. If you can just get me that, I feel like we need that drop at this point. Too many people are using it on this fine program for us not to have that at the ready. Look at the drop off we have here in contributions, and it's because people went fucking ape shit yesterday, and I'm so thankful they did. Sanford's son in first with $420. Steven in second with $300. Unforced Ego with $221. And then in fourth, Walter with $50 and Miss Tay with $45. Thank you guys so much for your contributions. Redman says no back pay if the jobs are permanently cut. True. Turn off the EBT cards today. Vic says lefties and most rich people are the olds anyway. Boomer Dead Game says boomers are holding 54% of the U.S. wealth. Well, thank you for saying that. Why do you think you're getting all these reverse mortgages? Why do you think you're having hedge funds buy up all these houses? The boomers are going to start transferring that wealth to Gen X and the millennials. The banking interests and the government interests in this country cannot have that. They can't have half the wealth in this country going to the next generation. They have to get their hands on it. Their plan was to get these fucking boomers money before they died. I mean, these greedy sacks of shit that are ruining this country. All they're going to do is, whether it's through reverse mortgages, whether it's through their advertising of enjoy your golden years, spend frivolously, all of that. Luckily, it is cultural, and it does get passed down from generation to generation. For example, my parents paid for my college on the promise that I pay for my children's education. It gets passed down, and that's taught to you. And thus, I've been saving for years and years for my children's education. And then, for example, my parents believe in having an inheritance for your children. I had grandparents who did well on my mother's side, but they had 7 kids, so it's not like everybody's a millionaire or anything. But most of that money is not touched. It goes to the next generation. You set yourself up, and then you set your children up. And so now my parents, we have basically a thing where yours won't be touched. It will be saved up. And then that combined with this house and anything else that gets built, that's my children's inheritance, so that when they're in their middle age, it can kickstart their retirement, kickstart what they're going to leave to their kids, whatever. I mean, That's something that AAG and Tom Selleck and reverse mortgages can't take away. Like, I know the banks are evil, and I know the government's evil, and I know they're trying to steal old boomers' wealth so that it doesn't get passed down and the middle class doesn't become upwardly mobile. I get that. But what I'm saying is, it's kind of like the schools, it's kind of like healthcare. We can stop that if you're well educated and you communicate. I mean, you don't think that all this foreign money, these foreign investors, you think they're just buying American houses because, we're happy to be here? Copyright pot awful. No, they're buying it up so they can jack up the prices so middle-class people can't afford the houses, and that wealth will stay with the banking class and they can rent out the homes or sell it at a serious profit to people who are upper middle or upper class. And it will price the lower and middle class out of the housing market. They'll have to rent from them, and they don't one of the easiest ways to become upwardly mobile class-wise, and one of the best ways to create generational wealth, is through owning land and owning houses. Maybe let's say now, I have this home, and that's a substantial amount of money for my children when I die. Let's say as I get older, you save up more money. You don't have to pay child support or health insurance anymore. You decide in my 50s, in my 40s, dude, I'm going to be done in my 40s. Fuck, bro. I'm going to be done shelling out over a couple grand a month in my 40s. I got like 10 years left. I got like 7 years on one, 9 on another, and like 10 on a. God damn. So let's say you decide, well, we're going to take that money, we're going to buy a cabin. And you buy a cabin, and by the time you die, that cabin's paid off. And now you have a home and you have a cabin. Those get sold. That's your children's inheritance plus whatever else you had left over. That's how you create generational wealth. And middle-class people, working-class people can have that generational wealth in this country still. Not as much as they used to be able to, but they can still have it. And now the boomers are getting older and they're starting to die off and they have a shitload of wealth and there is a mad dash to get that wealth. Do not feel greedy for claiming your fucking birthright. Do not feel greedy for telling your parents, Mom, Dad, don't do a reverse mortgage. Mom, Dad, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't do this, you didn't do that, because when you go, your legacy is what you leave behind. And most of what you leave behind are assets, property, and money. Obviously, the good memories and everything else. But if we're going to fight this class war against the banking interest in this country, you're going to have to stand up for your birthright and your family legacy. Now, that also means that you have a responsibility to carry that on to the next generation and not be a fucking asshole who just consumes all your parents' wealth. That's a dick move. But in order to fight for the middle class in this country, we have to promote generational wealth. We have to promote land ownership. We have to promote inheritance. That's why I know it gets kicked around a lot during tax cuts. I don't know if they've done away with the they call it the death tax, which is accurate. It is a tax on your death. I don't think there's an inheritance tax at the moment. Is there an inheritance tax levied by certain U.S. states? Okay, so federally there is not. In Minnesota, I'm sure we have one. We're such a fucking lost state. Like, the fact that the government feels that they can get between you and your generational wealth is fucking insane. Inheritance tax, Minnesota. Watch this. Minnesota does not have an inheritance tax, but it does have an estate tax for residents with large estates. An inheritance tax is paid by the heir, while an estate tax is paid by the decedent's estate before assets are distributed. So, oh yeah, we don't have an inheritance tax. We have an estate tax. Meaning, once you die, we tax you before the benefits are handed out. That's fucking dirty, man. That is so fucking scummy. If you need any other evidence that the state of Minnesota is an evil fucking government, the fact that these cocksuckers, these passive-aggressive Swede dickheads, fucking tax your mom and dad when they fucking die. They don't even have the courage to tax them to their face. They wait until they fucking die and then they just take it before it gets to you. We used to fight wars over this shit. What happened to us? What happened to the United States of America? The British wanted to tax us on tea and stamps, and we said, we will fucking kill you. And now they want to steal, they want to go through like they're hitting triangle in Red Dead Redemption, and they want to go through your parents' fucking pockets while their blood's still warm. And we just go, well, you know, how are we going to pay for the roads? Oh my God, you know, you can't blame it all on government. We're here too. We didn't do anything about it. The Minnesota estate tax applies to estates with a gross value over $3 million. Look, I know that sounds like a shitload, but think about this. Let's say they had a retirement account or they had a pension. And let's say there's $500,000 to $1 million in that because they saved for retirement responsibly. And then let's say they had a decent Social Security payout throughout their life. Then let's say they owned a house and they owned a secondary property of some sort. And then you add that up with all the assets. $3 million is still a shitload, don't get me wrong. But an upper middle class person who played their cards right and played it right financially, it's not out of the question that they have $3 million in cash and assets when they die. Tax rates for estates exceeding the $3 million exemption. The tax rates are progressive, ranging from 13 to 16%. So if your parents die with $3 million in the bank or $3 million in total in their estate, the state of Minnesota is going to take $300,000 to $400,000 from them. Just rip it right out of their cold, dead hands. Fucking dicks. Unbelievable, this state, man. This state. Hulkamash a baby with $1 says, your penis has cost you so much money, I'd have cut it off by now. You think I should just cut off my dick? Here's the thing, though. Like, my dick's already done the damage. Like, I'm still going to have to pay the bill. Like, for the next 10 years, even if I cut off my dick. So I might as well keep my dick. Yes, we are having this conversation. Jesus H. Christ says, as long as Aaron believes in me, I will protect his butt from AIDS in jail. Praise be to God. Yeah, a lot of people were really triggered by, like I said, in the last year and a half, I've become a lot closer to my God and faith. And then the Charlie Kirk thing kind of hit me in a way as well. I was really impressed that he could profess it so loudly publicly. And I also said that my son helped me out a lot about this because in the middle of Walmart, he's talking loudly to me, asking me about Jesus. And I'm like, you know what? If a kid can do it, why can't we? So I brought that up yesterday at the hearing. And it really is amazing how saying that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior triggers the fuck out of people. And again, I think that's a you problem, not a me problem. And they're like, oh, well, the way you talk on your show, that's supposed to be about Jesus. Robert De Niro played a fucking mafia boss who killed people. It doesn't mean he can't be a Christian if he doesn't want to. I am a performer. Performing. Not like this all the time. Hold on, let me try sign language. I'm not like this all the time. I don't know if that's going to get through this time or not. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Conditioner on my D had a good point and I lost it. I was going to go into the chat for a little bit here, but I lost it. Motherfucker. On a Wall, thank you very much for gifting a membership. Very kind of you. We're 88 away from 700. Holy shit. And you guys are $170 away from tomorrow's goal. Thank you so much. God damn, man. Conditioner on my D has become a much bigger toe fan in recent weeks. He started out very hostile, so I want to give him preferential treatment in the chat. But he had a really good point about government, and I fucked it. I scrolled too far. Son of a bitch. I'm sorry, buddy. I apologize. He says it's small enough that cutting it off won't matter. Oh. Red Fox Mad with $5 says, don't you have to pay child support as long as the kids go to college? Yeah, you do have to do that. So we'll see. I get, you know what? Good point. I might be jumping the gun there by a couple of years. Conditioner on my D says, I have never seen what a gangly dork is, or what a gangly dork Aaron actually is, until I watched him yesterday. I know, everyone, I got to say, another win for the toe. You guys are like, oh, so big and fat, such a fat guy. And then you see me walking, you're like, you're a big lanky fucking guy. I'm like, which one is it? Am I a big fat dude, or am I in, relatively speaking to the rest of the country, am I in pretty decent shape? It is funny to have to watch people kind of spin themselves into pretzels and kind of admit, like I said, there were some people going, oh my God, if I wasted a large amount of my life on this guy after all this stuff was so anticlimactic. And I'm like, I'm not going to brag too hard because you guys are mentally unstable, but I've been telling you this for a long time. A long time. Let's go into the text here. Aaron, if everyone is in debt, who the fuck do we owe the money to? The Decepticons? I don't know. Is that what you call them? Other people have different names. What do you do? What do you do? Gina Bobina says, tap on his name and view the chat log. I don't think does that work on Rumble? Gina Bobina, I'm technologically on a lot of this stuff, I'm this far from being a boomer, all right? Work at my speed. On a wall with $1 says this one, conditioner on my D. Dead game. Yeah, with property taxes, you never truly own your property. That was the point that he was making that I really liked, because that is so true. You can pay your whole mortgage. You can be free and clear of a 15 or 30-year note. And if you don't remember to pay your property taxes, you're out. You're out on your ass. You're done. So, I mean, you're mortgaging your property from the bank and you're renting it from the government. Isn't it just, I ain't trying to bum anybody out. In fact, by not trying to bum anybody out, I'd like to switch gears and go to something else. I'd like to spread joy. That's right. I would like to give you guys joy. I feel like that's what you come here for every day. I feel like that's why we're doing the toe, is to make people's mornings easier. Morning is a shitty time. It's awful. It sucks. We're all tired. We're going to work. So why not give people a little joy? Joy Reid, that is. Yay! So this kind of dovetails nicely into the whole government shutdown, income tax, inheritance thing we were talking about a little bit ago. Joy Reid, one thing I appreciate about her is she does not hide, except from ratings. She does not hide who she is. She does not hide her opinions. She is unabashedly a socialist. I'm not going to call her a commie. I don't think she's a commie, but I think she's an unabashed Marxist, leftist socialist. And there was a state representative that I was friends with. He's retired now, Dean Erdahl. And he would say about different Democratic colleagues like Phyllis Khan, who was a famous liberal in the state of Minnesota, in Minneapolis, until she got pushed out by a Somali. This is so funny. So this is not like what's going on with the mayor of Minneapolis is not the first time that Somalis have just taken their Democratic white overlords, their white Jewish overlords, and just pushed them off a fucking cliff when they got the numbers. So Phyllis Khan was like this liberal stalwart in the state of Minnesota. I mean, what Dean Erdahl said about her was she will sit down at your kitchen table with you and tell you what she believes the government's entitled to and what you're entitled to. She's that unabashedly lefty. Well, she was a hero of the downtrodden. She was a hero of the lower classes. She was a hero of the immigrant. She thought we should bring in all the Somalis. They're wonderful. And she got primaried out by the DFL in her district that she'd been serving for decades because a Somali came up and ran for her spot. She ran a smear campaign against them. She talked about how they weren't qualified to be a legislator, this whole thing. It was one of the, and this was like 10, 15 years ago, I think, at this point. And it was so funny to watch one of these liberals get eaten by their own creations and watch how much they never meant it. To watch them basically turn on their Somali brothers and sisters because they dared challenge their Democratic overlord for a spot in representation. Oh, it was too good. So here's Joy Reid telling you exactly what she thinks the government should be entitled to and what you should be entitled to. Mikey Two Milk's letting me know, Aaron, you're both weirdly gangly and you have female tits and a period. Oh, thank you. See, I wouldn't have known that if you wouldn't have helped me. Also, breaking news for the Minnesota Vikings, Joe Flacco has been benched by the Cleveland Browns. We've got to win this week.
Is that if you go back before the 20th century, there were no income taxes, there were no regulations on business.
Yay!
You could earn as much money as you want, leave 100% of it to your children with no taxes. Right. That's the world they want back. And
yeah, fuck us, right? These people, these pieces of shit. Usually when someone's setting you up to tell you what a piece of shit someone is, they've usually got some piece of shit things to tell you. They're like, you're not going to believe this, but did you know that this asshole, and then you're like, firebombed a church. And you're like, wow, that guy really is a dick. You're like, that guy's an asshole. Did you know that this piece of shit wants to bring back slavery? Oh my God, we got to hate him. But when you sit there and you tell me, you're not going to believe what a piece of shit this guy is. And I'm like, all right, I'm all ears. Tell me how big of a piece of shit he is. He wants you to keep all of the money you earn and to pass it down to your children. That actually sounds unbelievably reasonable. Okay, to me, that doesn't sound like, oh my God, what a great government we'd have if that was the policy. That sounds like your birthright. That sounds like inalienable rights endowed by our Creator, life, liberty, and pursuit of property. That seems like the way this country was founded. So to have somebody come in and go, you're not going to believe what these dicks want to do. They want to have no income tax, so you keep every dollar you've earned at work. Like, again, sweat of your brow, plumber, electrician, whatever. Believing you should keep 100% of what you bled and sweat for, you're a dick. They want to pass it on to their children with nothing taken out. Yeah, also keep it in your family because you earned it. You get to decide. That's your legacy. You get to decide what to do with your legacy, and the government shouldn't be entitled to it. Like, it is crazy that these people think this way. That's a bad thing to them. Go back. It's only 19 seconds. Let's watch it one more time. She's Joy Reid. I can't figure out why she isn't on TV anymore.
Is that if you go back before the 20th century, there were no income taxes, there were no regulations on business. You could earn as much money as you want, leave 100% of it to your children with no taxes. Right. That's the world they want back. And to get it back, they need society to change. They need people to be less modern. They need people to want fewer things.
Wait, hold on a second. In order to get a society where you keep more of the money you earn, you have to want people to have fewer things? What? So I want you, okay, the next time you get paid, even if it's direct deposit, you get a stub of some sort, electronic or otherwise. I want you to look at it. And I want you to look at the taxes they take out in one check. And then I want you to double it if you get paid twice a month. I want you to double it. And I want you to look at what you pay in the payroll tax, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and what you pay in state and federal income tax. And then I want you to put that number together monthly. And I want you to tell me what you could buy with that number or what you could invest with that number. Because for most people, that number is in the thousands a month. And with that number in the thousands per month, you could fully fund about 2 retirement accounts. 2. Not the one you need. You could fully fund 2 retirement accounts and keep that money for your children and invest it and watch it grow. Or you could fuck off and buy a car or a house if you wanted to. It would be up to you. It's your money. But the fact that these people think it's evil that you want to keep all of your money and that somehow by keeping the rest of our money, we would have to want less things. It's mind-boggling to me that these people think this way. Like people like Joy Reid, honest to God, believe that the government takes the money they take from us and actually gives us services that are commensurate to the amount of money they're putting into the program, which I can't tell you what a load of horseshit that is. Of course we don't get a bang from our buck from government spending. I love how she thinks that the more the government takes from us, the more services they provide to us. No, the more bases we build in other countries, the more banker billionaire friends of politicians get, the more countries like Israel get, and the more countries we bomb, and the more money Raytheon, Boeing, and Northrop Grumman get. This idea that because you take money from working class people who just want to keep what they earn, and that somehow trickles down to all of these infirmed and elderly and poor people, you're out of your fucking mind, Joy. And you've been watching this for so many years that I can't believe that people her age still believe this shit. You know? I can't believe that people her age still think that that's what happens. Unreal. We got a lot of people chiming in on this one. Let me go to Approachable with $1. Says half of this clip needs to be part of the show intro. Oh no, what did I say? Hold on, let me try sign language. I'm not like this all the time. You know what? I'm downloading that because you're right. That really should be a part of the show. By the way, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. It won't let me download that one. Do me a favor, Mr. Approachable. Email me a copy of that clip. I would very much appreciate that. That does need to be part of the intro. Just a notice for stupid people. Hit like. We need more thumbs up on that video, you little rat bastards. I see you. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says they need a supermajority for funding. Also, Trump said he would keep the national parks open. Oh, well, what a swell guy. What a swell guy. 165 away from a perfect week and a day early. Like I said, last night the evening show went fucking bananas. They threw in so much goddamn money. They're done with evening show goals through the end of next week. So these are some pretty bad motherfuckers that we're dealing with. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. 165 away from hammering out tomorrow morning and the end of the week. Okay, King Kong Dong or Mr. Approachable. I always forget. This is King Kong Dong writing in. Says, just checked. I pay about $1,000 a month to unnecessary taxes. I'd love to put that towards my retirement account. You put $1,000 every month in a retirement account. You're retiring probably before 60. Probably before 60. You have the master copy of that clip. Do it yourself, Toe, says Chips and Diff. Have we not gone through how retarded I am when it comes to this stuff? I'm just asking for a little help. That's all. Epic Fantasy says Aaron with prison cornrows is going to be fucking hilarious. You guys, like, look, I know I have a great attitude about all this stuff, but the jokes and shit like that has been so much more helpful than you could ever know. And I know it seems fucked up and it seems weird. That's just the kind of guy I am. I think the puppet guy was having a little bit of an attack of conscience yesterday. And I think he started to realize, oh my God, I'm fucking insane. I'm in Minnesota for this. I'm a fucking loser. Because he was like, all these people are a little crazy. Aaron just kind of seems like a normal guy. It's like, dude, hey, retard, we've been trying to tell you this for a long time. Now I know how all my audience feels when I come late to the party on shit. I was just like, somebody sent me that clip and I'm just like, oh, buddy. And now you wonder why I say the war's over and I won. And I look down and you people are the punchline. It's like, bro, come on. try to catch up with the rest of us here. Bo Beardington becoming a member for 1 month. Says, I wish jail for no one. Well, maybe TSN. Skull. Thank you. I appreciate it. A couple other good lines here in the YouTube chat. Whitesnake says, in my state, I have bought and paid for a car and a motorcycle. I pay property tax and them. If I don't pay, they take it. Yes, that's exactly how it works. Kaiju Koshe says, the government is taxing you to maintain a system that needs Fauci's at the top, not based on market upkeep. Bingo. See, he gets it. Billy Idol gets it. I don't know why she doesn't get it. Joy Reid, ladies and gentlemen. Just, if you ask me, national treasure. Joy Reid. Somebody too. See, I like this. I want you guys to keep doing this. Keep looking at those checks and seeing how much they take from you every month. You know, Jason Lewis was a radio guy who was based here in Minnesota, and he kind of opened my eyes to something. He was also a congressman for a little bit. And Jason Lewis had this great point where he said, if the people of this country didn't have to, or if they had to write checks to the government to pay their taxes, if they didn't have it taken out of their paychecks and they had to write checks every month or every quarter to the government, we would have an armed revolution in this country. And I think he's right. I think there would be an actual revolution if people had to think about it. These people who are in debt, you know, these people who are using their credit card at the fucking grocery store to feed their families. You don't think if they had to write that check to the government and they looked at the number and they went, oh my God, I could fully fund my groceries. I could start paying down my credit card bills. I could pay down this hospital bill that our kid racked up. I could get caught up with a lot of this stuff if I just withhold my money from the government. You don't think people would, when offered the chance to take care of their own and flout the government or bend over? I think a lot of people would go, I ain't writing them the fucking check this month. I'm taking care of me and mine. Maybe not. Maybe it's too far gone. Maybe I'm being Pollyannish about this. But I always thought that Jason Lewis had a great point when he said if you made people pay the taxes every month, they'd riot. They'd revolt. Honky says, rumor has it that Will Heron's being sued by a donkey for misusing his teeth for homo purposes. Jesus Christ. Poor Will. I really feel bad for that poor kid. You talk about a guy who got broken by the internet, who doesn't have friends, and clout chased to try and make internet buddies. Oof, kid. Oof. Tried to do it with me. I just kind of told him to fuck off, and then he got mad, and not a very good journalist either, like took one of his sources and then totally broke her anonymity and gave private information to other people. Like, he's a terrible journalist and an awful fucking human being. Jimmy Fallon. Now, we talked about, oh God, really? Did Colbert and Kimmel have a fucking cope session on their shows? Oh, that'll be great to go over. We've been talking a lot about the Jimmy Kimmel thing. And when you talk about the Jimmy Kimmel thing, a lot of people have been pointing out, hey, Johnny Carson, Jay Leno, Letterman for the most part, Conan, these guys didn't really get too political. You know, these guys understood that their job was to entertain people and make them laugh late at night and, you know, kind of make them forget about stupid political shit. That's kind of been lost on the modern late night people, except Jimmy Fallon. I think this clip we're about to see here is going to gain Jimmy Fallon a lot more fans. I think it's going to help his ratings out because I think he's actually servicing a part of the marketplace that has been desperately looking for someone to have this attitude for a long time. And it's so weird because I've never been a Jimmy Fallon guy. I thought he was terrible on Saturday Night Live, just fucking laughing to get attention in every sketch and fucking up the other performers just so he could, oh, he's so cute, that Jimmy Fallon. Tried to have a movie career, that bombed. Then he got the Tonight Show gig, and why not? Take it. Good for him. But to Jimmy Fallon's credit, he has been the one late night guy who has kept politics out of it the most. Not Colbert, not Kimmel, not Seth Meyers, really not Gutfeld. I mean, Gutfeld is kind of a political satirist as well. But Jimmy Fallon, you know, I've criticized him a lot because, he throws slumber parties on television where he plays sleepover games with Emma Stone. And like, yeah, it's hacky and it's lame, but I'm sure Leno and Carson did some hacky, lame shit. I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of their job. So Jimmy Fallon has a new series, and he was being interviewed by CNBC about this new series, and I think he said something publicly that a lot of people have been dying to hear from their late night performers. Here he is.
It's been a really eventful couple of weeks in late night. I thought you were so eloquent in the wake of Kimmel's suspension. I am wondering how you're thinking about what you can put in a monologue, what it's like being on an FCC licensed avenue of broadcasting right now.
Our show's never really been that political. We hit both sides equally, and we try to make everybody laugh. And that's really the way our show really works. I mean, our monologues are kind of, the same that we've been doing since Johnny Carson was doing The Tonight Show. So really, I just keep my head down and making sure the jokes are funny. I have great writers, clever, smart writers, and we just, we're just trying to make the best show we possibly can and entertain everybody.
Why doesn't NBC promote the shit out of that? Like, this is how out of touch the media is with just regular people. If you take that clip of Jimmy Fallon and you just make a commercial out of that, your ratings are going to go up. People are dying for that show. I never thought I'd say people are dying for Jimmy Fallon, but here we are. People are dying for a guy to go, look, we make fun of both sides. We just want to make people laugh. We're not really political. In fact, I don't even think he should say we're not really that political. I think he should say we're not political at all. We don't have a position. We just want you to watch our show and laugh. And then, invoke Johnny Carson, invoke Jay Leno, invoke all these guys who got, crazy good numbers. You could take that interview and you could make it a commercial. Put it on YouTube, put it on Hulu, put it on TV, put it everywhere. And I think Jimmy would see a huge bump in his numbers. Now, I think Jimmy's doing okay now. I think it's him and Gutfeld 1 and 2. But I think with that that style of promotion, I think it would be really good for him. Gray Duckling correcting me with $2 says his movie career is pretty good, though. Is it? I remember he had that Taxi Bomb. He tried to do that Taxi movie with Queen Latifah, was it? And that did not do very well. He did have the Fever Pitch movie. That's pretty good. I'm not saying it's good. I liked it. I'm saying I think it did pretty well. Here, let's settle this. Jimmy Fallon, IMDb. I'm talking about movies he starred in. I don't think he worked out as a feature star in a movie. Let's see. So he's making a series called On Brand with Jimmy Fallon. Cool. TV series, Tonight Show. We got to go to before the Tonight Show. Before he started to, oh my God. Oh, that's writer. I was going to say, what the fuck? Jack in Time for Christmas. I always try to. Sorry, that's fucking stupid. Fleischman is in trouble. Dolly Parton's Mountain Magic Christmas. All right, let's go to Before the Tonight Show because you didn't really have a lot of time. You don't have a lot of time to do movies when you do the Tonight Show. Here we go. Ted 2 uncredited, so he did a cameo. That doesn't count. Jurassic World, he played himself. Louis, he played himself. Did he really have the Tonight Show by 2012? Holy shit, he's been there a long time. All right, let's take a look. Some voice acting. He was in an episode of Gossip Girl. Whip It. He was Hot Tub Johnny Rocket. Premiered on Family Guy. The Year of Getting to Know Us. Factory Girl. Dougal. Fever Pitch. Taxi. Dude, I'm sorry, bro. This is a dog shit movie career. He was a co-star. He's a cast member in Almost Famous, which did okay. Dude, Jimmy Kimmel's movie career is shit. The Scheme, Taxi, Fever Pitch, Dougal, Factory Girl, Whip It. I don't think that's getting done, buddy. I don't think that was getting it done. Dub says Gucci served years or over a year in prison for 15 days. That's jail, I assume. Hope Aaron doesn't have to serve any time. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hope he doesn't have to serve as much time as Gucci. It's not 15 days. It was a 15-day sentence, but you serve 10 and you get credit for time served. That's 2. So I have 8. I have 8 to do. And I'll leave that up to the lawyers to figure out how that gets done. I'm open to anything. Because like I said, it's 8 days. They wanted 45. We wanted 0. I think 0 was more reasonable, and the judge saw it that way too, because between 0 and 45, they went 8. So there you go. So Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert. I know you guys are sick of Kimmel. Bear with me, I swear. But I just wanted to play this for the juxtaposition. By the way, over 600 of you checking out the toe right now. We peaked up over, give me a second. We did. Okay. We did get up over 750 today. Thank you so much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I want to play this next clip just for the juxtaposition. So Jimmy Fallon says, look, we're not political. We make fun of both sides. We just want people to come have fun. That's what he learned from this whole Jimmy Kimmel fiasco was, here's how you should do this. Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert went on Stephen Colbert's canceled show, and they decided to share what they've learned throughout this whole thing. I want you to watch this next clip, and then I want you to tell me, who do you think maybe learned the better lesson from all this? Let's go to where...
Be here with my fellow no-talent late-night loser. It's right to stick together,
Well, we're honored. We're honored here because this is the first interview you've done since September 17th when you found out that you had been indefinitely suspended.
That's right.
Thankfully, and as you said, you got back on the air a week later, and I'm curious what...
Anybody else think it's fucking dumb for these guys to do each other's shows? I liked it better when it was Leno and Letterman and you knew that these guys fucking hated each other and they wanted to beat each other. Now they're like working together. This is like admitting that you two have failed and you're trying to pop a number. It was kind of like Fallon bringing Gutfeld on. He knew Gutfeld would bring him numbers. And it's like, no, you should want to beat this guy. I don't like this chummy shit. Knock it off, you two. You're both going to be out of it. Well, he is out of a job, but.
Have you recovered from that emotional roller coaster yet?
It was an emotional roller coaster. I know you hear that a lot, and it really was. It was very strange. You want to hear the whole thing?
Yeah, of course. How'd you find out?
No, I don't know why everybody said yes. Where were the no votes?
Okay, so it was about 3 o'clock. We tape our show at 4:30. Yeah. I'm in my office, just typing away, as I usually do. I get a phone call. It's ABC. They say they want to talk to me tonight.
I don't care.
And we decided that the best route is to take the show off the air.
I want to get to the part where they start so in this clip, they start bashing Trump. And like, as they start bashing Trump, you're like, you guys didn't learn a fucking thing from any of this. It really is. It's such a Gino Bisconti thing to watch these two just go, hey, we did some shit that really fucked us and some other and people under us. It really fucked them over. I have an idea. Why don't I never admit I did anything wrong and just keep doing the fucking retarded thing? That Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert are following the Gino Bisconti method.
And there were about 9 people in there. And I said, they're pulling the show off the air. And
all right, guys, I've skipped ahead 2 minutes and you guys are still boring the shit out of me.
That night, he'd been cooking all day.
Here we go. Oh, let's go back.
Oh, wait, I didn't know that your audience was already loaded?
They're loaded and in their seats, ready for the show. We had a chef, a guy named Christian Petrino on the show.
Nobody cares.
Doing was, with the song he did do.
Nobody cares.
So then we said, we sent the audience home. We need the staff to go in.
Holy shit, a 4.5-minute story about how your show didn't go on that night. Jesus Christ. And you wonder why nobody watches you two jack each other off.
20 paparazzi cars, TMZ, people jumping in front of me on the way home. We're just trying to get to the house, and we're like, should we be going to our house? There are 2 helicopters flying over, 2 helicopters following us home. Meanwhile, I hadn't had...
It's called the news. You're a newsworthy guy.
Makeup on yet, so my bald spot was not painted in. This is something I did not want America to see.
Yes.
Just got naked and started running around the house. Couldn't say anything. I just had to sit quiet and make a lot of phone calls and take a lot of phone calls. You were very kind to call me, and we spoke about
Jesus Christ, these two.
Certainly you know well. And
guys, there is something I do on this show, and I maybe broke that rule to show you this fucking terrible clip. There's a thing you have to do as a show host, and that is watch your self-indulgence. Don't just do shit you want to do. Gauge whether or not the audience has had too much of it. When you get self-indulgent, people turn on you. Being aware of self-indulgence can save you a lot of headache. Like, I knew that playing a Jimmy Kimmel clip was a risk because Jimmy Kimmel's fucking dreadful and the audience is tired of him. But the point was, the reason I put this together was to show Jimmy Fallon is out there going, we're not political, we just want to make people laugh. To watch Jimmy Fallon and Stephen Colbert get on and jack each other up about, oh man, your cancellation that everyone's tired of hearing about. Let's talk about it minute by minute, break it down, and then at the end we'll shit on Trump. And it's like, I want to show you what a good, smart, successful broadcaster like Fallon does and what angry, bitter dipshits do when confronted with something.
Who was the most unusual person that he got a text from? Because I got some fun.
Nobody gives a fuck.
I gave my phone to Evie, and I said, as soon as I was canceled, basically I heard from the Strike Force people, and I heard from Jon Stewart, and then I handed my phone to Evie, and I said, just don't give this back to me for several days.
Yeah.
But when I finally went through it, high school girlfriend, James Taylor, and George R.R. Martin.
Wow.
Yeah, like, who fucking cares? So you guys want to watch 2 rich people talk about which of their rich friends that text them?
He sent me the winds of winter.
Wow. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, yeah, nice. Jimmy Kimmel's like, oh, that's nice. Like, hey, good nerd reference, queer. Meanwhile, Jimmy Fallon goes on TV and goes, hey, watch our show. We're just going to have fun. We'll poke fun at everybody. We don't take it too seriously. We're not political. What would you rather hear? A guy say that or 2 guys go, when I got canceled, I got texts from these people. And when you got canceled, who did you get texts from? And it's like, hey, guys, can we just have fun? Just have a good time? Would that be, can you bring Jon Stewart to yell at you about COVID again?
I did not have a girlfriend in high school. So I didn't hear from her. I did hear from a girl that I would have liked to have been my girlfriend in high school. I heard from the usual, the Pope.
Solid guy. He's a solid guy.
I did hear from literally everyone I have ever met. I heard from, like, the guy who picked me up at the airport in Nashville 15 years ago. I heard from a lot of people who've been guests on the show. I got a very beautiful note from James Taylor. I'd love to compare those because...
Did you really get one from JT?
I did. I want to see if JT did a cut and paste on us, you know?
Can we get our phones? Can we get our phones?
Let's get 2 giggly girls on late night to talk about their celebrity friends. I mean, it's funny to watch this because I'm watching this going, oh my God, this is what happened to Howard Stern. Howard Stern got out of touch and then got resentful at the people who made him famous and then stopped giving them what they wanted and then got mad at them that they didn't stick around. I think this last clip we skipped around on is a perfect example of why Stephen Colbert is getting his show shut down. Because he's fucking dreadful. Nomo says this is like The View for men. Yes. It's Onawal says it's insufferable. Conditioner on my D says Colbert was not canceled. No. I don't mean canceled like cancel culture canceled. I mean his show was canceled. Like when a show doesn't do well, they cancel the show. I should have clarified that. Yes, you're right. No, he was not canceled. Well, he was canceled in the literal sense in that his show was losing $40 million a year and he was canceled. It's amazing that watching 2 guys fucking sit there and bitch about politics or bitch about their cancellations. Watching, like, again, these are people who have been up all day. They've been snaking toilets. They've been fixing light sockets. They've been rewiring houses. They've been working in the mud. They've been emptying septic tanks. These are people working their fucking asses off. And when they come home at night and they watch something to go to bed, it's two fucking millionaires talking about how a bunch of other fucking millionaires sent them a text message. Like, I don't think you can get more out of touch. Jerry Shepardini does want to stick up for Fever Pitch, though. He says, Aaron, Fever Pitch is not that bad. I apologize. I'm sorry. My bad. Oh, Jerry Shepardini, also a guy who's not understanding the 15. No, I guess people in the courtroom didn't understand how the 15 works either. You served 10 of the 15, and I got credit for 2 days served. So it's 8. Ultimately, it's going to be 8 days. I will keep clarifying that. People are really mad about that. Like, anti-steel toe people are really mad about that. Like, Aaron, you are lying. It's like, well, no, I know more than you do. It's like, do you ever think that maybe the people that you've been talking about regarding Aaron might be the people who have been getting it wrong this whole time? Because they kind of have. Remember all the people who said I was going into jail tomorrow? Remember all the people who said the felony was still on the table? Remember all those people? Yeah, guys, I got bad news. They lied to you. I told you the truth. My bad. My bad. I tried to tell you. Go back and listen, stupid. He said he was canceled. No, Colbert said he was canceled. I know conditioner on my D, but try to understand. I'm taking that as the literal canceled. Like, his show was canceled. Colbert was canceled in the sense that TV guys talk about being canceled. Like, hey, man, what happened to your show? Well, we were canceled. They don't mean like we were taken off the air for anything like that. They mean like we sucked. The network canceled us. We lost $40 million. I do find it very interesting, though, that like USAID went under, and then not too long after, Stephen Colbert's show was taken off the air. Like, I'm not saying he was getting USAID money, but it's just the timing to me is, I don't know, kind of intriguing. Is all. All right, let's move on from that. I think we can agree that Jimmy Fallon won that round. And honestly, I think late night, now that Kimmel's numbers have completely flatlined from his comeback, I think the late night race is between Gutfeld and Fallon. Ultimately. Nomo says, I'm sorry, but that is very effeminate behavior those two have. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you. Hey, Need Trump. Good to see you, buddy. You're right. Hit like. Good morning. Let's continue on. Megyn Kelly is apparently taking heat. I think what happened was there's a rumor that CBS is looking to hire Megyn Kelly and bring her back to the mainstream. She's like the biggest thing on SiriusXM. She might be bigger than Howard on SiriusXM now. And she's been doing very, very well on YouTube and online. And Megyn Kelly, like Tucker Carlson, is one of these people who went to the internet and she did better. Good for her. The Toe went to the internet and did better. 35,000 unique viewers on Rumble alone last month, now that the month is over. And on YouTube, almost 30,000 unique viewers a month. I got an email from the creator program yesterday. Steel Toe is in the top 10% of content creators in YouTube. Thank you. And that's our second platform. That's not even our primary viewership platform. So thank you guys very, very much. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting share. And let's keep this nobody show going. But, we kind of, Megyn, I kind of had the same thing. I started from a lower spot, obviously, so I didn't have as much to go. But over 60,000 individual people checking out this show. Hey, man, we never had that in radio. I think in radio it was like somewhere between 15 and 20,000 was our audience size. So thank you guys very, very much. Nothing to sneeze at. Megyn Kelly is being roasted by the left and right over her refusal to criticize Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Now, this is what I don't get, this guilt by association shit. Why is it her responsibility to criticize Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. I mean, check me if I'm wrong, Sandy, but Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are big boy, big girl. They can stand up for themselves. They can, face criticism. They can give out criticism. When did Megyn Kelly become the pope of conservative broadcasters, and all of a sudden now she has to decide who gets condemned and who lives? Like, when did she become Commodus? And she's just got the finger just dangling like that. We got to grow the fuck up. This whole, like, your silence is complicity because you think that, because someone has opinions that are right of center or left of center. Oh, stop it. I think Megyn Kelly is going to get some kind of big job or some kind of big money offer, and people are starting to go after her, and they want to try and dig stuff up. It's kind of like, and look, I'm no Milo Yiannopoulos fan, but Milo was, back around the time Trump got elected. Milo had a book deal. He had a book that was about to come out. He was getting booked on Bill Maher. He was getting booked on mainstream television shows. So they went and dug up old podcast clips of him saying, in fairness, like weird shit about kids. But what he was saying was, like, in the LGBTQ community, they play a little more fast and loose with the age of consent, which was like a really nice way of saying something that tends to be exponentially true in the LGBTQ community that isn't as prevalent in the heterosexual community. And he got in a shitload of trouble for that. They canceled his book. He was removed from everything. His representation dropped him. Like, Milo was done. And now, like, he's still operating, like, out on the fringes and stuff, but for the most part, Milo's done. I think they're trying to do some shit to Megyn Kelly because I think the insiders know she's about to get some kind of big offer. Bernard Goldberg says it sounds like it could be CBS. But who gives a shit if she doesn't want to criticize Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens? Like, first of all, Tucker Carlson is doing a 4 or 5 part 9/11 documentary. I watched the first episode. It's very good. I think the second episode is out today on Tucker's YouTube. I think you can get all 5 parts right now if you sign up for his website membership package. But, like, why does Megyn Kelly have to criticize Tucker? I know they're accusing him of being anti-Semitic, but you get accused of being anti-Semitic if you're on the right and you think Israel's gone too far. Like, to the people who keep shouting anti-Semite, they don't mean you hate Jews. They mean you won't let Israel do whatever they want. I don't really, this might surprise you. I don't give a fuck if someone's Jewish. Like, I really don't care. It doesn't make you good or bad, in my opinion. It makes you Jewish. But Zionists, Israelis, people who are actively bragging about, people who are actively advocating to murder other people, yeah, I don't like them. And I don't appreciate being called anti-Semitic because I don't like people who want to murder. I don't like people who want to conquer and subjugate other people and genocide people and ethnically cleanse entire regions. I will hate that until the day I die. I don't think that makes you anti-Semitic. Quite frankly, I think it's insulting to Jewish people that you would consider that position anti-Semitic, because that puts you in a position where you're saying, well, all Jews want to murder Palestinians. No, they don't. There's a shitload of Jews who are anti-Israel and not Zionist. So Megyn Kelly does not have to criticize Tucker Carlson because he thinks Israel's fucking up. Now, Candace Owens, I think Candace Owens goes a little harder in the paint than Tucker does, but also she's not Megyn Kelly's daughter. You know, she's not Megyn Kelly's employee. She doesn't have to speak for Candace Owens. Many critics have accused of both of them of being anti-Semitic and exploitive of the murder of Charlie Kirk. You could argue that anybody who talks about Charlie Kirk and the murder and everything else is exploiting it. Technically, media exploits everything, but that's their job, is to cover all this shit. And yes, they will make money off of it. A social media user replied to Megyn Kelly on Twitter and wrote, quote, "If you can't separate yourself from Candace Owens, many of us are going to separate ourselves from you. We do not have to align with everything that claims to be of the right when their motives and history are as shady as hers. Okay, fine. You don't have to. But she doesn't have to condemn every Tom, Dick, and Harry with a fucking opinion. And also, so what if she wants to have them on her show? You can't talk to people anymore. If you talk to people on your show and have a conversation with them and you don't go, fuck you, I think you're a terrible person. Now all of a sudden that means you love them and endorse everything they say? God damn it, man. You know, there's this pattern that keeps happening. A Republican who has been pro-Israel their entire life now starts criticizing Israel, and the problem can't possibly be that Israel's changed. It has to be that that person all of a sudden became hateful. This idea that if you don't condemn the people other people want you to condemn, that you somehow love them is retarded. Now, Megyn Kelly responded to that account by saying, look at this. No, I have no obligation to separate myself from anyone. I run my own media company and my own show. That show is where I express my own opinions, and I will decide what and what not to opine on, she said. Good for Megyn Kelly. If you need me to condemn Candace or Tucker for their opinions in order to listen to me, then I may not be for you. He's a close friend, and she is under enough pressure without gratuitous shots from me. My fight is with the left, not from these two. Good for her. Megyn Kelly has more balls than most male conservatives out there. So then, of course, Warhawk, neocon, Israel apologist Jonah Goldberg. This guy's always been a scumbag. Jonah Goldberg has always been a shameless grifter. I'll tell you why I've hated Jonah Goldberg forever. Jonah Goldberg tried to co-opt George Carlin as like a conservative guy. Fuck him. He wrote this book called Liberal Fascism, which was a poorly researched, poorly written book that was just trying to be inflammatory. And on the front page, he had a smiley face with a Hitler mustache on it. And they said, hey, Jonah Goldberg, why did you make your book Liberal Fascism and put that cover? He goes, well, because George Carlin said that when the Nazis come back, it's not going to come with a swastika. It'll come with a smiley face. So I did that. Get it? Liberal fascism. Carlin's on my side. Carlin would have hated your Zionist guts. Carlin, there's nothing worse than watching people try to co-opt the cultural icon that you know would have thought this guy was a fucking fascist douchebag. So fuck Jonah Goldberg. But he wrote to Megyn Kelly, and this is just a dirty, low, manipulative trick. He says, so you will condemn anti-Semites on the left, not because they're anti-Semites, but because they're on the left, but you won't condemn anti-Semites who are on the right because they're not? Okay, at least that's a position, I guess. Dude, take some fucking testosterone. Get pump that T number up. Because that's bitch behavior. That's passive-aggressive bitch behavior. At least that's a position, I guess. No, I'm sorry, but everyone who doesn't bow at the altar of Israel is not an anti-Semite. And Jonah Goldberg, you don't get to decide who's an anti-Semite. You know who's an anti-Semite? Someone who hates Jews. Actually, someone who hates Semitic people, which you could argue are maybe Middle Eastern blacks. Arabs are probably more Semitic than a lot of people who live in Israel, probably have more ties to that land than people who live in Israel. A lot of those people who live in Israel came from Eastern Europe, the United States. Their families did. I'm just saying, if you want to talk about anti-Semites, might want to be a little nicer to those Palestinians. Don't want to get called anti-Semitic, do you? Oh, that's right. You get to determine who's Semitic and what's anti-Semitic. Okay, cool. Podcaster Konstantin Kizin replied to Kelly saying the problem with this approach, which many on the right are taking, is that this is exactly how the left allowed its own extremists to first flourish and then to become the face of the entire movement. Hey, fuckhead. Tucker Carlson was a Bush cheering on Iraq war drum thumping neocon. All right, let's stop acting like Tucker Carlson became David Duke. Tucker Carlson realized that he advocated for a lot of evil shit the last 20 years, and he's trying to make amends for it. And then he's trying to look at the news and analyze it. But because it's funny, when Tucker Carlson was on your side, he was never anti-Semitic. But the minute Tucker Carlson started criticizing people Jonah Goldberg liked, now he's an anti-Semite. I hope people are not falling for this shit. I really hope that people are not falling for this if you don't disassociate. I mean, this is bully behavior. If you don't disassociate from Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, then you're an anti-Semite. You're a bad person. I mean, it's really shitty behavior. Nomo says total bitch behavior. Both sides act way too effeminate. It is like what if Megyn Kelly doesn't really disagree with Tucker Carlson? What if she just really doesn't disagree with everything Candace Owens says? That's okay. Tom says, why does 15 days convert to 10? This is where people get confused, Toe. It's kind of like, here. It's kind of like when someone gets 4 and they serve 2. Like you serve a certain percentage of the days. And if you don't make trouble, you're out in 10. I got credit for 2 days served. That's 8. Again, I've explained this a lot. You're saying people are getting confused. People are getting confused because they think I'm the most evil guy who's ever lived, even though I was pretty much right about everything. And I told you what was and wasn't going to happen, and I was right. Actually, I was a little heavy. I thought there was going to be more days, but it turned out to only be 8. So I was a little wrong on the heavy end. But like, it's because you have this natural bias and you can't admit that I'm not Adolf Hitler, essentially, and that I have a good sense of humor about shit. You can't admit that I'm probably the most normal, well-adjusted one of the people you listen to. And it's you're fighting your own personal bias. It's okay. I don't need, you don't need to seek my forgiveness or anything. It's just when I tell you like it is, try not to get too mad. That's all. That's what I'd ask. Don't give yourself mental illness. Don't hurt your own brain worrying about me. Even if you're like a terrible, nasty, evil, awful person and want me ground into dust, do me a favor. Like, I don't want to see you. I'm a forgiving guy. I don't want to see you hurt yourself. And a lot of you I've seen, like, you're hurting yourself over me. Don't do that. Don't harm your mental health. And a lot of you have. Let's go to The View. So yesterday, Pete Hegseth came out with this crazy idea. Pete Hegseth came out with this idea that if you're in the military, you should be in good shape. You shouldn't be a big fat fuck, and you should be able to do a couple of pull-ups. Whether you're male, whether you're female, you shouldn't be either a big giant fucker or a tiny little squirrely person to be in the military. He believes we should have an in-shape military. This speaks to the times we're living in, that raised controversy. People on the left were incensed at Pete Hegseth for saying that the military should be in good shape. Let's listen. And I know what you guys are thinking. You're like, Aaron, Pete Hegseth and the Trump administration had these thoughts on what the military should be. You know who we need to go to for an intelligent counterpoint? Sunny Hostin and the ladies of The View. Well, aren't you guys lucky? They decided to chime in. This is Sunny Hostin, who you got to let's try to empathize with Sunny Hostin. She is in a position where her whole life is, if Donald Trump says something, the opposite needs to be true. She's not someone who looks at things objectively and then makes up her mind. If Donald Trump said it, it has to be untrue. Trump derangement syndrome is the same as steel toe derangement syndrome. Even though Aaron's right way more than anyone else I listen to, I'm not going to believe him because he bad. Minnesota man bad. Same thing with Trump. These people operate from the position that Trump's got to be wrong because orange man bad. So Sunny Hostin hears that the Trump administration doesn't want the military to be full of fucking Cheeto dust fingered fat fuckers. And all of a sudden now that has to be bad. So she has to imagine living your life this way. This is what I mean by have empathy for Sunny Hostin. Imagine you have to twist yourself into a pretzel. How bendy you must be To hear someone say our military should be in good shape to defend this country, and now because of who said it, you have to now figure out why that's bad. Doesn't that sound like a hell that you have to live in?
I'm actually really befuddled by why he did that. The optics were terrible, meaning all of our top military brass are all in one place, and we spent $6 million to get them there. That didn't make a lot of sense to me. It also didn't make a lot of sense to me that he was saying that he was going to toughen physical standards and review the anti-hazing policy by sort of implementing a hazing policy. And then also he said he was going to return to the highest male standard for combat positions.
What an asshole. So he wants the people in combat to be in great shape. He wants our frontline soldiers to be in good shape. Good idea. You should be able to lift at least 200 pounds because there are going to be men who drop on the battlefield, God forbid, and you may have to pick them up and take them out of there. Yeah, you got to be able to lift a certain amount of weight. I think you should be able to, you should have to be able to squat at least 175 pounds if you're going to be in the military. I think you should have to be able to bench. You probably should be able to bench 200, but if you can bench 150, I mean, even 150 in order to be, and I'm talking about on the front line, you know, to serve in combat, you got to be able to lift the weight of a human being at the very least. And then saying, oh, he brought all the top brass in there. Wow, imagine that. The Secretary of Defense wants to talk to everybody he's in charge of. Could you imagine Sonny Hostin criticizing anyone else for that? How dare the boss of your company get you all in one room to have a meeting? What a prick.
Because the troops were fat.
Yeah.
I don't understand how that was supposed to be an uplifting message for our military.
It wasn't. It wasn't. Not everything has to be puppy dog tails and rainbows, Sonny. Your name is Sonny. I apologize. Maybe everything does have to be happy, but you're always so fucking miserable. Why is it when their name is Joy Reid, Joy Behar, Sonny Hostin, they're all just the most miserable people you've ever met? Sonny Hostin is physically incapable of smiling. And now she comes out here, she goes, well, that's not an uplifting message for the military. It doesn't have to be. He's trying to whip the military into shape. So you're going to have to criticize certain elements of it to do that.
Referring to Colonel Sanders.
Yeah, it was really a bizarre thing. He started talking about woke DEI policies. By the way, there are no gender quotas in the military.
No, but there are gender standards that are different, which doesn't make any sense. And I do think Pete Hegseth has tried to get rid of those. And there are gender standards that are way too low to qualify for the military because we don't want women to feel left out. I guess I'm a caveman. I do want women to feel left out of. I don't think women should be in combat. Not because I don't think some of them can, but I believe it's a man's. I'm a caveman. I think it's a man's duty to protect. And I don't think women should be on the front. I believe we should be trying to keep women and children safe from the front lines.
The way he fired more than a dozen military leaders, many of them people of color and women. He fired the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, General Charles Brown Jr., who is African-American. Yeah. He fired the first woman to command the Navy, Admiral Lisa Franchetti. I don't understand the sort of hypocrisy of firing these people, having all these people meet together and then denigrating them.
But did you look at it? They're looking at him like he has two heads.
Well, they
What? Look at this. Pete Hegseth goes, we got too many fat people in the military. Our military needs to be in better shape. And this is confusing the shit out of the people at The View. They're like, well, why would he do this? Because we have a lot of fat fucks in the military. We lowered standards to the point where it became elementary school gym class. It was like, all right, everyone, do one pull-up. And then they'd watch the women struggle with the pull-up and they'd be like, well, you know what? You tried. We'll say you did it. And like, no, I'm sorry, but you got to be able to do, I don't think one pull-up should get you into the military. I think to be able to get into the military, you should have to be able to do as many pull-ups as it would take a college football team wins to get into the GMAC Bowl. I think that's the least we could probably ask for. So they weren't done there. Alyssa Farah Griffin, who claims to be a conservative, also doesn't understand why Pete Hegseth this is madness. They don't understand why Pete Hegseth wants an in-shape military. Let's give her the floor.
I won't necessarily speak to that, but I'm very lost on the fact that it seems like it's become a Republican Party position out of nowhere that the U.S. military is weak. We're the greatest fighting force in the history of mankind. U.S. troops are deployed in over 100 countries around the world.
Yay, empire! We're deployed in 100 countries around the world. We must be the strongest. No, that does not necessarily mean we're the strongest.
We are also a deterring force. The idea of American military strength is that you avoid having to get into wars by being as strong as we are.
Yeah, we're not doing a very good job of that one, Toots. We are not doing a very good job of being a deterrent so that we don't have to use military force. I don't know if you Rip Van Winkled the last 20 years, but we've been using a fuckload of military force and spending about $10 trillion doing it. Oh, boy. And then, this idea that I don't care if we are the best fighting force in the world. If we can have a higher standard of physical excellence in our military, why shouldn't we be shooting for it? I mean, nobody's saying they have to be Spartans. I mean, first of all, there's laws against most of the shit they did. But nobody's saying that... Nobody's saying you can't have a military. We're not even saying you can't have a military in town. We're just saying you can't have a military with dewlaps.
And I know that people think it's weak or it's woke to say that our diversity is our strength, but
it's not. This is statistically provable. Nobody's saying that diversity is necessarily in and of itself a terrible thing, but it's not our strength. Intelligence, efficiency, those are strengths. Diversity is just a thing. It's a number of people of a certain thing. It's not a good or a bad.
But the thing that's so unique about the United States, we are the most diverse nation on earth, and we have the most diverse military on earth. Socioeconomic.
Who gives a fuck? Guess what? I bet you there's been diverse militaries in the past that have lost wars. I don't give a shit how many black people are in your military when you win a war. Just win the fucking thing. I don't care how many LGBTQ people are in your... Hey, if the LGBTQ community is full of a bunch of cutthroat savages that win wars, then make the military gay. Who gives a shit? But stop judging shit on these little abacus of there's a black, we need a gay, we need a... No. The best. I want the ones who can do the most push-ups, the most pull-ups. That's why, like Chris Rock said, call me the gay F word. I ain't fighting. Why? Because nobody who looks like me should be fighting a war. I got a lot of work to do.
Racially, religiously.
So what's this about?
All of these people from different backgrounds come together and fight for the American values. So I don't understand why we have to denigrate the military to try to talk about doing better.
Because it's the fucking military, and sometimes to get tough guys motivated, you got to hold them to a higher standard. Jesus. We do have one more view clip, but it's getting really difficult for me to watch this. All right, so now we need to watch this one because this is them saying that it's not okay to fat shame people in the military. You know who we need to hear from on this one is Hobo Chili Recipe. If Hobo thinks this is as insane as I do, then I feel like I'm on the right track. Let's go to Alyssa Farah Griffin and Joy Behar whining about fat shaming.
Final thing, I did not like that Pete Hegseth, who did serve his country, but chose to denigrate the service of others. He name-checked 3 generals, 2 that I served with.
And fat shaming. Big
2 that I served with, General McKenzie and General Milley, both of whom have a combined nearly 100 years of service.
Fuck General Milley, that cunt. General Milley said if that he knew about a Chinese attack and Trump was president, he might not tell Trump right away. Fuck that guy. You put politics over the service to your country, you can fuck off and get out of the military. I don't mind saying that. Milley's a cunt. The other guy, I don't remember.
General Milley served for 40 years in the military. You don't need to attack other people's service to make yourself feel better.
Seriously, we need to ban people like this from commenting on the military. We really do. These aren't even bad takes. These are psychotic takes. Jason Hughes with $5. Thank you very much, pal. He says, I'm a Dabbleverse guy, but love everyone twisting when Toe don't get what they want him to get. Keep them fussing, Toe. Like I said, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do now that it's all over. I think they're having trouble with that. I think that's a big part of the problem for them too. What do we do now? Aaron's supposed to be the devil incarnate and now just kind of went out with a whimper. So, I mean, feel for him in that sense. Rabbi Smoothie with $1 says, send today's military back to Iwo Jima and let's see how tough they are. Well, we wouldn't have the numbers because we wouldn't be able to fit as many humans on a transport, you know. Veldrain with $1 says, Pile, what is this? A jelly donut, sir. Guess that is fine. Hope you enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, really, the movie Platoon would have been a lot different. It would have been a lot different with today's military. What is this? A jelly donut, sir? Well, don't eat too fast. Don't choke. Make sure you chew 32 times. Joey Caravello says Papua New Guinea is actually the most diverse. That would be funny if you just shittily fact-checked The View ladies. Jim Sharkey says post-sentencing Aaron is full of piss and vinegar. What can I say? Sam Show right now, guys, be nice to Jason Hughes. Sam Show says, who just admits that? I'm a Dabbleverse guy. It is. It's fucked up, but, leave the guy alone. He's nice. He gave us $5. You're better off saying I'm a big gay F word that loves sticking carrots up my ass. He's not wrong. Brett McCart says Full Metal Jacket, not Platoon. Did I say Platoon? Oh my God, I apologize. That is, I got to tell you, that's unforgivable. That is unforgivable for me to mix up Platoon and Full Metal Jacket. I'm being serious. I apologize for that one. Michael with $10 over on PayPal. Oh, I'm sorry. 15 Australian. $10 from Michael. He says, in honor of the 15 days, you got to hit the Big Boss Man theme one time. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of fun with you guys on Rumble Friday. And yeah, I'll reiterate that the state has this thing where you can't just admit that you did something bad and accept your sentence. You're not allowed to have a sense of humor about it. You're not allowed to have a positive outlook on the rest of your life. They get vindictive. The state gets vindictive if you say, I'm apologizing, I'm moving on, I'm sorry for what I've done, but I feel good about the rest of my life. You're not going to break me. That's not what your job. Your job is not to break me as a human being spiritually. I will rise above that. That is a gross part. So I will say to you guys again, keep yourselves out of trouble. Don't cross these people. They have all the power. Innocent until proven guilty is not exactly how things actually work around here. So just behave yourself. Don't break the law. Behave. Gray Duckling with $2 says, I'm all for dykes on D-Day. Professor Tie-Dye with $5 says, as a Greenside corpsman, you need to trust the men you serve with. It was my job to be Doc and the Marines' job to cover my ass. That cunt is a disgrace. Out-of-shape soldiers show they are unreliable. Well, it's a discipline issue, right? I mean, it shows that you lack a discipline, if you will. Hey, guys, 1:45 away from tomorrow. Thank you so much. Again, I hate to say it, because I am being passive-aggressive. I understand. The evening show has knocked out all of their goals through next Thursday. They're done for the next these 2 weeks here. So 1:45 away from tomorrow's goal. It's our last one for the week. Stay ahead. Thank you, guys. Oh, also 88 memberships away from 700. We've never been over 600. Certainly, we've never been over 7. Los Federales with $1 says, breaking news. Explosion and building collapse in New York. Don't fucking joke. New York collapse. Oh my God. This is some real shit. Hold on, guys. Let's take a look at this. It's not terrorism, though. It's oh my God, Jesus Christ! I thought we were going to get something good. Partial building collapse after a gas explosion. Skyfox over partial building collapse in the Bronx. Oh my God, that looks like what happened to the Oklahoma City building. What I've seen so far about this is a gas main explosion. Fucking New York, man. Is there any, I don't know if we have any utility workers in the audience. Is there anything you can do? Like, is a gas main explosion, is there some kind of malfeasance that goes into that? Or is that just a crazy random thing that can just happen? Or does somebody have to fuck up for there to be a gas main explosion? I assume it's an accident. But all we've got is helicopter footage of fire trucks and shit. Well, let's put that on in the background here, and let's see if we can figure out just what the hell happened. A building partially collapsed in the Mott Haven section of the Bronx with reports of a gas explosion in the incinerator shaft of the building. Okay. So it wasn't a gas vein or a gas main, whatever. It was a gas explosion in the incinerator of the building. The partial collapse happened on Wednesday just after 8 a.m. at NYCHA's Mitchell Houses complex on 205 Alexander Avenue. Skyfox was over the 20-story building with dozens of firefighters seen on scene assessing the situation. The collapse appears to have taken out a large chunk of a corner of the building. Video shows emergency responders on the ground with dogs searching the rubble. According to reports, there was a gas explosion in the incinerator shaft of the building. No injuries were reported. Holy shit, nobody was hurt in this? I mean, you saw this, like an entire section of the building was wiped out and nobody got hurt. That's incredible. It's an act of God right there. New Yorkers, I have been briefed about the emergency situation taking place in the Mott Haven area of the Bronx, said Mayor Eric Adams on X. We are getting a full assessment from first responders and will continue to provide updates. That is a small miracle that nobody was hurt. MN Nice says, yes, someone majorly fucked up. I do utilities. Okay. All right. So someone did have to fuck up. Well, punish them. Hey, how are we almost at 700 members on Rumble and MN Nice doesn't have a membership? Terrible. Terrible thing. Joey Caravello with $2 says the U.S. Army should have higher standards than Weight Watchers. Yeah, that's a good point. King Kong Dong with $1 says Mr. Rubenstein took out insurance policy on the building last month. Yeah, T-Baby says there is no way nobody died. I'm surprised myself. That is crazy that nobody dies. Holy shit. Jerry Shepherdini says it depends on where the explosion was. If it was a building leak, it's on the owner or landlord. That's probably the case. Gas main is a vague term and seems kind of early to say. It seems like an issue with the incinerator filled with gas, didn't light, then ignited. Boom. Kaijo Koshi says small miracles with small hats. It's not what I said. It's not what I said. All right, so we got some people who know some shit saying that, yeah, if this was an incinerator in the building, it was the people who run the building's fault. Okay. Historically White says, I'm sure Candace will say something retarded about this. You know, I did have a few people sending me some Mike Pack explosion conspiracy theories, aside from the Stu Peters one. It's interesting. I will say that. It still continues to captivate my interest. MSO says, is the building owned by Larry Silverstein? Dude, if Larry Silverstein is still in the real estate business after he got, what was it, like a $4 billion check from 9/11? An asshole. Just take your money and leave. Let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing. Well, they deserve applause. But All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our friends at All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, if you find yourself in the ditch, you get in an accident, you stall out, flat tire, lock your keys in the car, whatever, call our friends at All Care Towing and they'll pick you up. They'll help you out. Better to have them in your phone and not need them than to need them and not have them. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Then also Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, Midland, whether you're looking for something for home defense, carry, hunting, whatever, Midland Armory has it for you. They also handle the suppressor process start to finish at Midland. So talk to Derek and Tracy today. If you have questions, they're the absolute best. Nobody better than Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or online. Check out their selection at midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com. And again, thank you for talking to Derek and Tracy whenever you need them. And, of course, Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's Bar on Broadway. Of course, another 8:30 game for the Vikings. And with an 8:30 game for the Vikings, that means game day specials at Stoney's Bar bright and early. So go check them out. We've still got a lot of 80-degree days left this week. Beautiful weather. So go enjoy them at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's Bar in Rockville on Broadway. Go see Cheetos at Stoney's today. Oh, no. Did somebody... I just got a DM from Scott Jonesy, who I like very much. He says, P.S. I'm blocked from sending you money on Rumble. What happened? But I see him in the chat all the time. Oh, man. Well, that's too... Well, it looks like you get to enjoy the show free of any need to contribute then. That's our fuck up. I hope none of you did anything to old Scott Jonesy. He's been nothing but a good guy. Veldrain with $1 says the tenants were evicted to make space for illegals, and then the illegals were deported. Is that really what happened? If that's the case, then that is kind of a miracle. Trump's deportations saved lives. Base Pill with $2 says, did you see the funny Wojak they made out of you? I don't know what that means. But if people are having fun, I mean, if we're having fun about it, other people should be allowed to, don't you think? I mean, that's a good thing, right? People are laughing. As long as people are laughing, they're having a good time. Like I said, nobody should be more upset than I am over this. That's a really weird way to live. So don't do that. Be happy, smile, whether you love me or you hate me. Be happy, smile and laugh. It's over, and not too much damage. And it was also really nice that the judge saw through that bullshit attempted violations thing that the state of Minnesota tried to put through, because that was fucking horseshit from Jump Street. The attorneys in the state of Minnesota were mad that I'd kept my nose clean. Again, they want to break you. And they were mad that I kept my nose clean for 3 months and will continue to do so. So they tried to pile on. And the judge did say, I'm not factoring that into sentencing, and you're getting your bail money back, Mr. Imholt. So I really did appreciate that from the judge. Like I said, the way the judge was able to see through bullshit and call it, I mean, I'm saying she called it down the middle, but we wanted 0. They wanted 45. It ended up being 8 total. So I guess she did see it more our way. But still, I feel like she cut through the bullshit and she made a fair determination. I mean, I really do. I think she made a pretty fair determination on the whole thing. I appreciate Judge Schultz. All right. So anyway, we were, oh God, somebody sent in. Oh, that's right. Michael sent in $10 and he wanted me to play this in honor of 8 days. Let's take a look. Oh, not this one. Oh no, he didn't want he wants the new one, not the old one. Here we go. It really is one of the best and catchiest theme songs of all time. Cheetos at Stoney's says, morning, sir. This week is the last week of bike night. Heavenly Hog will be here, and Saturday is the last day for the garage of the season. Guys, get your ass out to Stoney's and make sure that you use that Stoney's garage this weekend on Saturday, and make sure that you use that you go to bike night tomorrow night, because it's the last one for the season. Thank you, Michael, for that $10. On a Wall with $2 says, the money's working for me. Well, thank you very much for testing it. I appreciate it. I appreciate that very much. Something about Scuttlebutt. I said, oh, damn, I lost it. Anyways, Kyler says, Stoney's for WPH. It starts at 8. That's not actually a thing. It's not a thing. WPH at Stoney's. I thought you guys would get a kick out of this. This is kind of one of those things where you're like, of course this is happening. Of course this is 2025 United States. The Chinese flag is going to be raised over Philadelphia City Hall to celebrate the anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party. I try to give Philly a lot of leeway because the denizens of that city are mentally retarded. So I do try to give the handicapped grace. But it's probably our biggest enemy in the world outside of Israel. Yeah, I said it. The Chinese Communist Party is not our friend. We do. I mean, this is like in 1975. You're like, congratulations to the Bolshevik Revolution. We're going to be flying all the American flags at half-staff, and we're going to be flying the Red Army's flag this whole weekend. Are you fucking retarded? How did this... this is a decision that takes multiple people to make it. So that means that the city of Philadelphia had to go, all right, I have an idea. One guy stands up and he goes, anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party is coming up. And instead of someone going, sit the fuck down, it's the Chinese Communist Party, we're not doing anything, they let him speak, and he went, to commemorate the Chinese Communist Party, we should fly the Chinese Communist Party's flag here at City Hall in Philadelphia. And it's bad enough that got said out loud. But then somebody else went, solid fucking idea. I second it. And then everyone else on the council went all in favor, and they went, sounds good to me. And now they're going to fly the Chinese Communist flag in Philly. Here.
On September 30th, Philadelphia plans to raise the Communist Chinese flag in front of City Hall to mark the founding of the communist regime. Mastriano calls it a terrible idea, saying the flag is offensive to Chinese Americans who fled the communist system to pursue freedom in America.
Okay. And we can get to that part, and that's absolutely true. Like, there's a lot of Cubans in the United States who fled the Communist Party there in Castro, and they don't want to see that commemorated. But, like, before you even get to Chinese immigrants who are mad about this, how about just Americans, that you're flying another nation's flag at our city hall, especially one that is not our friend? I wouldn't even want them to fly the Union Jack, the British flag, at another city hall. I don't think it's appropriate. I mean, in fairness, even the British government doesn't want the British flag flown in their country. It's offensive and it's racist. So, I mean, why should we be flying it?
Stop being politically correct here and say no to raising a flag over our city here that oppresses people, throws Christians in jails, takes out organs of people in prison.
Why do they do that, by the way? Not the taking the organs out of people in prison. Like, every time you want to object to a shitty country, everyone feels like they have to pile on as much as possible and be as graphic as possible. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, obviously it is in Philly because they're fucking stupid and they went ahead with this. But, like, Muslim countries, you always hear it. Oh, they take gays up and they throw them off rooftops and then they cut off the clit. And I understand, like, all that's bad and all that's really evil. But, like, how about the fact that they just don't respect free speech and they throw people in jail for their opinions? That's fucking shitty enough to not fly their shitty flag over your shitty capital. I mean, just the fact that they don't agree with our values and they actively try to manipulate and cajole people against the United States in their own country. Or how about this? It's not the United States of America. We don't fly their flag. That's simple enough. But we have to go to they cut out your kidneys when you're in jail and they pull it out like a shaman witch doctor. It's like, all right, guys. So it doesn't look like they're going back on this at all. They're still planning to go forward. Oh, no, it was yesterday. Okay, so they did end up flying the Chinese communist flag over Philly yesterday to celebrate the anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party. Remember, this is the same Chinese Communist Party that under Mao Zedong allowed tens of millions of Chinese people to starve to death. It's a pretty gross fucking party with a huge body count attached to it, and not the good kind. So the fact that it was honored is one thing. The fact that it was honored by a government of an American city and their flag was flown over their capital, it really is gross. It's hard to even understand why they did that. King Kong Dong says, Philly is my sports town, but I don't claim the government part of it. Oh, isn't that convenient? You fucking cheesesteak eating cunts. Oh, yeah, we'll root for the fucking football team that jumps off sides every time they need a yard. But I'm not going to support the government. So what? The football team cheats? The government cheats. By the way, you Philly fans do have to admit that fucking tush push, they just let you guys get away with murder on that. I don't mind if you do the tush push and it's hut, the ball snapped, and everyone starts moving. But there are multiple videos now of your entire offensive line jumping off sides and getting a 1 yard head start on everyone else before the ball's even snapped. You know, you keep wondering, how does a glorified quarterback sneak keep being so effective? It's the same reason that Mark McGuire's fly balls went from outs at the warning track one season to 450-foot home runs. He cheated. How does Philly run a glorified quarterback sneak and always pick up the 1 yard they need? They cheat. Their offensive line is allowed to jump off sides. Sorry, I'm bitter. We play them in 2.5 weeks. I'm being pissy about it. I fucking hate the Philadelphia Eagles. You know what I hate the most about the Eagles? Is that, and I'll say it, they're going to win another Super Bowl. They're going to win it this year. Nobody's going to stop them. Unless it's the Bills. Here's the most heartbreaking thing about this football season. It's going to be the Philadelphia Eagles versus the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, and the poor fucking Bills fans are going to have to deal with a 5th Super Bowl loss. It's hard for me. As a Vikings fan, how can my heart not go out to the Buffalo Bills? Oh. Chad Buzmak says, 4-4 Ron sounds jelly. Go Birds. Thank you. Oh, and thank you to everyone who's contributed to what they're calling my commissary fund today. I appreciate it. 145 away from tomorrow. Thanks. T-Baby with $1 says the Somali flag flies over the cities every day. Yeah, I don't know if you... I saw that in court yesterday. I always forget that we changed our state flag. And I just looked at it in the corner of the room, and I'm just like, fucking disgusting. It really is gross. You know? Just like... they had to have done it on purpose. I mean, if you look at the Somali flag and you look at the Minnesota flag, there's no way they didn't do that on purpose to demoralize the citizenry, because our old state flag honored a lot of Minnesota shit. Agriculture, outdoorsiness, killing Indians, based shit that we didn't know. There's no killing Indians. There's literally like one of those guys riding around on a horse, and there's a guy tilling a field. We could have modernized it. We could have put him in a suit with a bolo tie and he's running a casino, if that would make you feel better. But instead, we got rid of that flag. And here, let me show it to those of you who don't know. Here's the Somali flag. Let's search it under there. Okay, so that's the Somali flag. Minnesota state flag. Come the fuck on. That's it right there. This was the old one. These two are the old ones. This was the old one. Here's the current state flag of Minnesota. Let me go back. Somali flag. Minnesota flag. Somali flag. Minnesota flag. Somali. Minnesota. Somali. Somali flag. Minnesota flag. Somali flag. Minnesota flag. I mean, it's one of those things where you're like, it feels intentional. I can't prove it. And I sound crazy when I say it. $2 from Joey Caravello says, I worked on the movies The Benchwarmers as an extra back in 2006. Rob Schneider had a large black man follow him into the bathroom every day. I wonder what that was all about. I don't know. I don't know what that's all about. And I'm not playing this game with you. Thank you very much. Nomo says, yikes, your state really hates you guys, doesn't it? It does feel that way. It does feel like they hate our guts. Hey, 135 away from tomorrow's goal. Thank you guys very much. Oh, they also settled that the mayor thing. Remember we had that Minneapolis DFL convention and that Omar Feta won the endorsement of the DFL, but because white people that run the DFL in Minnesota are terrified of a Somali being mayor, they want Jacob Fry in there because he's controlled. And this Somali mayor wants to actually do shit. I mean, shit that's bad for the city, but he doesn't know that. And they know it's bad for the city. And they're like, Jesus, these Somalis were just supposed to vote for us. They weren't supposed to want to be in charge. Well, now one of them wants to be in charge, and the DFL is trying to fuck him over at every turn. The Minneapolis DFL appealed this decision to revoke the endorsement status of State Senator Omar Feta. Omar Feta got the endorsement. Jacob Fry, the current mayor who's running for re-election, said, well, no, the computing of the votes wasn't right and the electronic voting machines weren't doing it right, so it shouldn't count. So now all of a sudden, liberals get to be election deniers when they don't get their way and when their little Somali puppets want to break free of their strings. So then they got rid of it. They took away the endorsement. So the Minneapolis DFL appealed the ruling, took it to the state DFL and said, now, come on, you got to give this Omar Feta his endorsement. To prove how fair and decent and honest these Democrats are and how nasty and bad these Republicans are, let's see how the Democrats handled this issue.
Now on Fox 9, the DFL pulls its endorsement of State Senator Omar Feta for mayor of Minneapolis.
The reasoning behind that decision.
Plus arrests after...
So this is not the video of the story we're on. I hate when they do that. But in a virtual hearing on Monday night, the Minneapolis DFL unsuccessfully challenged the Minnesota DFL's decision to revoke its endorsement of State Senator Omar Feta. So they have officially completed the fucking over. The St. Paul screw job. Well, it's the Minneapolis screw job, but I needed an S of State Senator Omar Feta. The Minneapolis DFL made its case to state party leaders that the decision to revoke the endorsement exceeded its authority. The Minnesota DFL, whose Constitution, Bylaws, and Rules Committee rescinded the endorsement in August, determined that the panel did not make any errors. In a separate decision, party leaders also voted to impanel a subcommittee to ensure that the Minneapolis DFL complies with convention rules in the future. So, not only did the Minneapolis DFL get overruled and they don't get to endorse a mayoral candidate, but now they're also going to get a subcommittee that's going to look over them and investigate them the next time around. Boy, did they get fucked over. And all of this because these white liberals who preach tolerance and love everybody and diversity is our strength, they don't want a Somali becoming mayor of Minneapolis. I'm sorry, but if you're a Somali and you've been told by all of these white liberals that you matter and that you're our strength, so on and so forth, I'd be pissed. I'd be understand if you were pissed at him right now. I'd be understand. Good English, retard. Drink another Celsius. Professor Tie-Dye with $1. says most redneck bars have a mechanical bull. Stoney's garage has a hydraulic lift. Should fatty boom boom Aaron fall down? That's not nice. That is not nice, sir. I can get up on my own. Thank you very much. Me, big boy. Scott letting us know that he got it sorted out. It was a Rumble issue. He did send a few dollar messages. So it was not our fault. Well, thank God. I'm just glad it didn't have anything to do with us. Thank you, Scott. What a guy. What a guy that Scott is. 209 with $2 says Somali soda. Delicious. Mad Max Mardigan for $2 says we don't condemn them for the throwing people in jail for things being said because we'd have to condemn the rest of the world as well since no other country has a freedom of speech like us. I mean, even when we don't really live up to our free speech standards, he's right. It's still better than what the rest of the world has in many, many instances. Freedom Hawk says a Republican governor will switch it back to the regular flag. Screw that Mali flag. Freedom Hawk, are you from Minnesota? Because I'm not so sure we're getting Republican governor ever again. I think the scales have tipped maybe a little too far. King Kong Dong about the tush push says, oh, fuck off. If you need a slow motion camera to catch an offsides against the Rams is bullshit. I'll admit the Chiefs game was real early. All right. So there's multiple instances you've just pointed out in one season. Thank you very much. And the more you guys get away with it, the more you do it. All right, we have a really good clip coming up. It's this dad who let loose in court about his daughter's murderer. And this guy just full of la pasión. This guy was infuriated. You know, I know over time, you have to forgive and you have to heal and move on. But, you know, one of the stages of death, the stages of grief is anger. And I think you're allowed to be angry, and that's okay. We got a clip of a father of a 22-year-old woman who was brutally killed by a career criminal, lashing out at the government about their laws and policies. I absolutely love this guy. I feel terrible about what he's gone through, but he's a bad motherfucker. We're going to watch him next. I got to go pee out this energy drink and this entire Yeti of water. I'll be right back, and then we got an hour and change left in the show. We'll spend it together. You guys are also about $1.30 away from being perfect for the week for tomorrow, so thank you very much for that. All right, I'll be right back. Was I gone long enough for you to be convinced that I wash my hands when I piss? Was I gone long enough for you to believe that I washed my hands? Because I'm tired of these accusations that I don't. I was gone for 1.5 minutes. That was enough. That was enough. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, I'm so glad I wasn't able to vote on the flag. Well, did we vote on the flag, or did they just did that, I thought. King Kong Dong says, this is for my gifted membership from Dong Watch. Well, it's not Rumble Link Friday.
You know what to do on one. Ready?
All right, here, let's watch the tush push. Here, let's go ahead, check out a tush push. Oh, it's not. It's a fake. It's a fake. You fuckers. I hate you guys. Oh, look, a fake tush push. Good for you. Fucking GM is a Hall of Fame GM. Howie Roseman should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. It's fucking disgusting. I hate you guys. Your coach is so easily hateable and he's so good at coaching. I fucking hate the Eagles so goddamn much. What does Toe think about the Twins firing Rocco Baldelli? I think this. Yes! Absolutely. I am so glad. I am so happy that we got rid of Rocco Baldelli. The only thing I'm mad about is that it should have been done a year or two earlier. The guy is a fucking stat nerd. Enough of these stat nerds. What sucks is he was a baseball player, so he should know that a lot of the analytics-based shit doesn't work because so much of baseball is feel and momentum. Like, these stat nerds, they don't understand that that's not an intangible. That's not a superstition. It is a vibe. It is a thing. Momentum, especially, like, I pitched for 14 years. And I know from being up there that when your arm hurts, your elbow's fucked up. Like, I've pitched injured a lot. And you can shut out that pain. You can put it away when you've thrown like 9 strikes in a row. You're K'ing people up and they can't touch you. It doesn't matter that after 7:30 at night on Tuesdays, your ERA goes up by 0.75 points. In that moment, that number is null and void because you are feeling it. You are getting after it. The other team is demoralized because they can't touch you. You're feeling more confident and you're going to get after them. The analytics don't matter in that moment. But we signed Rocco Baldelli. I mean, these guys who they swear by the analytics and they end up pulling pitchers who are pitching a shutout in the 4th inning or 5th inning because they go, well, he's about to face the team for the 3rd time through the order, and the analytics say that he's got a 70% chance of giving up. It's like, what are you letting Scott Steiner run the fucking bullpen? He's pitching a shutout. Let him go. Chevy Fan says, look up the committee members of who voted on the new Minnesota flag. It's comical. Here, Minnesota Flag Committee. State Emblems Redesign Commission. That's who I want to see. Official seal, official flag. Voting members. Okay, here we go. Dr. Kate Beanie, Capital Area Architectural and Planning Board. Shelley Buck, Governor, General Member of the Public. Luis Fitch, Council on Latino Affairs. Anita Gall, Governor of General Member of the Public. Michael Harrelson, Governor, General Member of the Public. Kim Jackson. Are you saying that I should be looking at pictures of these people? Oh, Steve Simon, Minnesota Secretary of State. That guy's one of the biggest whack job liberals in the state. And I say that with respect. I've interviewed Steve Simon before. He's a nice man. Like, he's a nice guy, but his politics are so fucking crazy to the left. Nice guy, though. Nice man. What was offensive about the old flag, says Abel Graham. They said what was offensive about the old flag was that it seemed colonizer-ish. Colonizer, colonizer, you're a colonizer. Kill the engines. That was the song that we used to sing. It had like a Native American in the background, and then there was a farmer, and the farmer had a shotgun on his back or something, and that was supposed to indicate that we'll shoot these Indians if they come onto our farmland. It was imperialist or whatever, so we had to make it look like a third world African shithole flag. That's what we got. That's what we got. We Totted says Aaron wants a real tush push. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Like I said, this audience is going to be so kind to me, and I appreciate it. All right, let's do that story of that father of the 22-year-old woman who was killed by a career criminal. He was at a House hearing in South Carolina. Come on and raise up. He was at a House hearing on soft on crime policies, and he was like their star witness guy, and he decided this is my one chance to let these people have it. So let them have it. I'm going to do. Here he is.
How many of y'all have kids? I'm just curious. Here's what I need you to do. When I tell you this story, think about your kids. Think about your child coming home from a night out with their friends, laying down, going to sleep, feeling somebody come in the room and wake them and drag her out of bed naked, forced on her knees, with her hands over her head, begging for her life, begging for her hero, her father, me, that couldn't be there. She was 5'3". She weighed 115 pounds. Bang! Dead. Gone. Why? Because Alexander Devontae Dickey, who was arrested 39 goddamn times, 25 felonies, was on the street. How about that? How good are we doing for our family? How good are you doing for your kids? He should have been in jail for over 140 years for all the crimes he committed. You know how much time he spent in prison?
If he says 8 days, I'm going to shit my pants.
A little over 600 days in 10 years. He's only 30 years old.
Jesus.
He was committing 2.65 crimes a year since he was 15 years old, but nobody could figure out that he couldn't be rehabilitated.
You know what pisses me off about this most is that none of these people are hearing this. Nothing's going to change. There's nothing you can do because these are fucking retarded ideological sociopaths. And they will not listen. And also, any of them that are hard on crime don't want to look like they're being racist. Like, we can't address a lot of the criminal problems, violent crime problems we have in this country because we don't want to be honest about the numbers on violent crime. We would rather be seen as good whiteys who aren't mean to people than tell the fucking truth and address the goddamn problem. These people do not. Here's the sad truth about this. As bad as I feel for this guy and as brave as what he's doing is, and I can't imagine the pain that this guy wakes up with every day. But they don't give a fuck about you, sir, and they don't give a fuck about your daughter. They don't give a fuck if a white girl dies so that they can have their liberal policies where they feel like they're not bullying a black man. They don't care about your dead daughter. Your dead white daughter is an acceptable casualty of their war for political correctness. And if you don't think political correctness kills people, take a look at this guy. Because I guarantee if this guy who killed his daughter had been a fucking skinhead, he'd have been locked up in prison and they would have thrown away the key. But they don't want to look like they're perpetuating the cycle. I got news for you. It's not the politicians and it's not the courts and the judges that are continuing the cycle. It's the person who committed the violent crime. So you don't have to feel bad that you locked up an animal who committed a violent crime. It doesn't matter what their skin color is. Treat them all like what they did.
Well, you'd have to put him in prison to see if he could be rehabilitated. Isn't that the idea of prison? But no. My daughter wanted to be a teacher. She finally figured it out 2 weeks before she was executed. And I haven't heard a damn word from Byron Gibson in South Carolina. Not one word. 4 months, no communication. His biggest concern was that he was pissed off about my interview and how I made him look on the Fox News channel with Trey Gowdy. How pathetic is that?
No, look, man, it's fucking insanity. It's evil. We're run by evil people. And they don't give a shit about you, sir. And they sure don't give a shit about your daughter. Like I said, she is an acceptable casualty for the way they want this world to be run. Your daughter's dead white flesh is, you got to understand what socialism and communism is. It does not view the individual as valuable, and it sees everything as a power dynamic. Your white skin is power over someone with black skin to them. So their life doesn't hold as much value. They don't feel as bad for your daughter because she's looked at as privileged and powerful. Forget the fact that she was the most powerless a human being can be in the situation she was in. They can't see past her skin color and her quote unquote privilege. So I feel for this guy. I love this guy. My heart breaks for this guy. But these people aren't going to do anything about it. And if you want to do anything about it that's going to make them do something about it, you'll end up in prison. The powerful are protected. The weak will be subjugated. Or you will be locked up or you will die. You will be broken before this system.
That we're letting our 22-year-old...
Listen to this. This guy went on TV to point out the fucking bullshit that's going on in his state and the heartbreak he's feeling over his daughter. And the fucking attorney general, the governor, and all these people in South Carolina were mad at him for going on TV. Fuck you. You're supposed to work for us, not the other way around. But it ain't like that, is it? That's the thing I told you going through this system. You find out that, they say in Goodfellas, how can you go to school and learn that good government bullshit? They're evil people. They're evil, spiteful, jealous, vindictive, sociopathic monsters. That's what draws people to a life of service in government. Is that people who nobody will listen to because they're not really someone who's particularly remarkable and needs to be listened to. They need to go somewhere where there's power for them. I think it's really unfair that police get that rap, but nobody else up the chain gets that rap. It's all about power and breaking people. It's not about a good system. It's not about a fair system. It's about subjugation and breaking people. And this guy is a great example because all he wanted to do was speak out. He didn't even do anything wrong. This guy didn't even commit any crimes. In fact, his daughter was the victim of a heinous murder at the hands of a guy with 20 felonies. And the government wants to silence him and shut him up because it makes them look bad. Please tell me they give a fuck about you.
Kid, visiting friends. It's all she ever wanted to do was visit friends. And she literally was executed while on her knees, begging for her life. Her name's Logan Federico, not Irina.
Irina was the Ukrainian girl on the bus, right? Okay.
And you will not forget her. I promise you. You will be sick and tired of my face and my voice until this gets fixed. I will fight until my last breath for my daughter. You need to fight for the rest of our children.
They don't care about your children, sir. I'm sorry. I like you. I think you're great. I think what you're doing is brave. You're talking into a gale force wind right now of political correctness and liberal politics. It's over, brother. The things that need to happen for this to change, you dare not speak. They're not going to change anything. They're not going to do anything different because nobody's making them.
The rest of the innocents and stop protecting the people that keep taking them from us. Please. You have the power. We put you in the power to do what you have to do. We're asking you, we're begging you all to stop this. 39 crimes in 10 years, 25 felonies. Can anybody here explain to me, well, how possibly he could be on the street? Possibly be on the street. How is it possible? I could sit down in a room and I could explain the whole process of how it failed, how South Carolina failed, Logan. Okay? How
it just bothers me that people break things down into race numbers. Like, well, this many black people are in prison. We need to find a way to let black people out of prison because that number is too large. The number is not too large if they committed the violent crimes that they're accused of. We don't have any responsibility to let anybody out of prison if the violent crime they're accused of was committed and proven. It doesn't matter how many black people or white people go to prison. Prison should not be an accurate depiction of the pie chart of the population of the United States of America. That would mean we're doing something wrong. It should be criminals. And if more violent criminals, as a representative of their percentage of the population, happen to be black, then that's not a conversation that Congress needs to be having. That's not a conversation the House of Representatives needs to be having. That's a conversation the black community needs to be having. Why is there so much fucking violence? And I got bad news for you. You ain't going to find the answer looking out there. You're going to have to look inside. What the fuck is going on? But we're not going to do that. We look at the numbers and we go, how do we make it more fair? It's like you're playing with people's lives, all right? Not just a data point.
Lack of communication. What y'all did, you woke up a beast and you pissed off the wrong daddy. Because I'm going to put it out there. And I'm not going to be quiet until somebody helps. Logan deserves to be heard. Everyone on this panel deserves to be heard. And we will. Trust me. My daughter laid on the floor for 7 hours before somebody in that house recognized that something was wrong. And that career criminal, an hour later, went on a spending spree with her debit card.
Oh, Jesus.
When they saw his face on a video, they didn't have to do a check. He was arrested so many times, they knew who he was. They knew exactly where to go get him. Pathetic.
By the way, I almost feel like I should apologize on behalf of the state of Minnesota, because this is, in a way, a lot of this shit is our fault. We started this shit with the George Floyd lie. The George Floyd lie is what started this. The lie that George Floyd was just some poor guy and the cops killed him. The guy was a fucking junkie with a heart condition. He was a piece of shit, multiple-time offender. And if he just would have shut the fuck up, put the cuffs on, went in the car again like he'd done 5-6 times in the past for not only drug possession but also shoplifting, then we wouldn't have been talking about George Floyd. If the government had told the fucking truth. By the way, I finally finished The Fall of Minneapolis. And I had to double check this, and it was true. Did you know that the full body cam footage was not allowed to be played at trial? I didn't know that. I thought they played the whole body cam footage at trial. It was not allowed to be played at the George Floyd trial because the state of Minnesota wanted their fucking scalp. They wanted their symbol of racism, Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin deserves to be free. Derek Chauvin should not be in a jail cell. Derek Chauvin was sacrificed with this fucking shitty system we have in Minnesota. He was sacrificed. He didn't kill George Floyd. Medical examiners have poured over this. He was a guy with a heart condition that was pumped full of fentanyl, meth, and weed. Derek Chauvin's knee, where it was placed, was part of the way he was trained by the Minneapolis Police Department to detain an unruly suspect. So the idea that Derek Chauvin somehow killed George Floyd is bullshit. And that's where a lot of this shit started, with just letting people out of jail and lax policing and lax prosecution, is because a mob of people burned down a fucking city. So now we have to make our streets more dangerous out of fear of the mob backing the fucking wrong hombre. It's embarrassing that there's people in this state who still believe that George Floyd was just a good boy who didn't do nothing, and that Derek Chauvin was some kind of homicidal monster. The guy did a restraining hold that he was taught by the Minneapolis Police Department. That did not kill George Floyd. You could do that same thing to someone who's not geeked out of their mind on drugs and they would be fine. Veldrain with $1 says it's time for... Well, yeah, there's that. There's that. Sam Show says, I watched that entire trial. Chauvin literally did nothing wrong. Ablo Pacheco says, I know that my friends and I discussed how prejudicial that was, along with the denial of the request to change venue. Oh, yeah, there was that too. They wanted to change the venue. Not allowed. Oh, they thought he could get a fair trial in Minneapolis. They had the fucking windows to the courthouse boarded up because they were worried if they didn't convict the guy that they were going to burn the fucking place down and throw rocks through the window. You don't think driving past that every day influenced the jury? The jury knew if we don't come to a certain conclusion, this city's going to fucking burn. Derek Chauvin did not get a free trial or a fair trial. I'm not even saying Derek Chauvin's not some prick cop. Maybe he is a prick cop. But he's not a murderer. On a Wall with $1 says, and the reason the ambulance couldn't approach is because there was a crowd and they didn't deem it safe. And how about the other police officers who got thrown in jail? They did their job. They rode with him in the ambulance. They did everything they could have done. But what do? What can you do? I was in a jury pool for the George Floyd trial. Thank God my group never got called. NF Cap says, Aaron, how about the Steven Crowder reenactment of the George Floyd event? I thought that was a little perverse when Steven Crowder did that, but the point was still made, you know. Somebody says, let's not forget the Floyd family was awarded $27 million before the trial was even... That too, the civil settlement that the city made. I mean, the city of Minneapolis organized a coup against Derek Chauvin. The guy shouldn't be in prison for... First of all, the one reason he shouldn't be in prison is because he didn't get a fair trial. His constitutional rights were absolutely violated. Number two... There's not enough evidence to suggest that he murdered George Floyd. I mean, King Kong Dong says I probably would have been shot for saying not guilty. Yeah, every single one of those jurors probably felt like they were under threat. You know? I would take that money back from them forcefully, says Joey Kerr. Well, you can't. You can't. Shuli Madoff with $2 says, you'll never walk alone unless you're ST. What do you do? I don't hate that one. That one's not bad. Sorry, Jesus. I apologize that you're hurting. I apologize that you're triggered, but I got nothing to do with that. See, a lot of you are going to have trouble adjusting, like this Jesus guy with his $1.99. You guys are going to have a lot of trouble adjusting to the fact that it's all over. I know you didn't get what you want, but again, you shouldn't be angrier than I am. And it's really mentally ill that you are. But you'll be okay long term. Just take care of yourself. Because it is wildly disconcerting. Ablo Pacheco says that family received well north of $40 million when counting donations. The civil suit, among other things. Where are they now? They're broke. Not kidding. Wait, what? I have not heard that the Floyd family is bankrupt. That can't be true. Multiple high-profile individuals with the surname Floyd. The family of George Floyd received a historic civil rights settlement, not a bankruptcy. Several employees at Hennepin Healthcare were fired for improperly accessing his confidential medical records. Oh my God. I forgot about that part. Yeah. So people wanted to get the medical records out there that showed that Derek Chauvin's knee didn't cause George Floyd's death. They didn't get to that. They didn't get to put that out there. And then also the people who tried to get that information out there were fired from their jobs. Oh, and then Congresswoman Maxine Waters basically said if they don't convict him, riot. And the judge did not throw out the case at that point. Fucking insanity. I don't see anything here that says the George Floyd family blew their money. I don't see anything to back that up. Maybe you have a link. They never filed for bankruptcy, nothing like that. Yeah. Oh, now George Floyd's family, this was 3 years ago, to file $250 million lawsuit against Ye. Oh, fuck off. Seriously. No, I don't see anything that says they're bankrupt. That would surprise the shit out of me, to be honest. Oh, boy. All right. Well, guys, let's continue on. That one fired me up. I was mad on behalf of that guy. I think the thing that they say that like when you lose hope, you don't get mad anymore. It's actually the opposite for me. Like the more I lose hope, the more angry I get, because it's like these people know they're doing evil shit and they don't care. You know, they don't give a shit. We do have an update on the Defervid. Oh, Jesus Christ. We do have an update on that. So the teenager that they found, if you don't know about this Defervid thing, there's a singer who calls himself David, but he spells his name with a 4. And in the trunk of his Tesla, in an impound lot, after they moved it for being parked illegally, one of the impound workers smelled something foul. They smelled a foul odor that smelled like a rotting corpse. They opened the trunk. Turns out there was a dismembered, rotting corpse of a young girl in this guy's trunk. They found out that this was a 15-year-old girl named Celeste Rivas. They also found out that multiple people had said that David was going to parties with her. The mother of the girl said that while she'd been missing, but she talked about a boyfriend she had named David. And there's been all kinds of other signs that these two were involved with each other in some way. And then she was found chopped up in his vehicle. I don't know if it's a slow build for the case. I don't know what the holdup is. David has not been arrested. He has not been charged. My conclusion that I've come to is that he was definitely having an underage relationship with this girl. I think she tried to go public with it, and he either killed her himself or he was involved in how she was killed. And either way, it's a hell of a thing to prove. I mean, the body's literally chopped up in your trunk, but the police need more. They had a search warrant to spray his house with luminol and look for traces of blood. It's no word on whether or not they found anything. Well, now we have an ex-boyfriend of Celeste Rivas coming forward and giving us some more information. And again, this David guy has given weird fucking interviews in the past about how he has, He has not an ulterior motive, a different character. He has an alter ego. And that alter ego commits crimes. And then he's a detective and he wants to go investigate the crimes his alter ego commit. Like weird shit. He's got weird references to killing romantic partners in his songs and shit like that. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence to show that this guy did this. They just don't have a lot of hard evidence yet. This is an ex-boyfriend of Celeste Rivas.
How did you meet Celeste?
Through a friend.
Tell me how that whole relationship started.
I guess she liked me or she was looking for someone. And yeah, we started talking.
And what school was?
I'm trying not to make fun of this guy because I was in high school once too. And just high school kids are fucking awkward and dumb, man. They really are. It's just that hair that what are we doing? I know it's part of getting old that you just hate the style of younger people, but we just did it better. You know? We just did it better. You see the shorts they're wearing now? I see them on the golf course. These kids, younger people in their teens and 20s now they're wearing short shorts. They brought back Stockton shorts again. It's a fucking sacrilege. You wear them down to your knee. That's where you wear your shorts to, you fucking creeps. And the awful hair, the minute hockey hair started becoming a thing, I knew we were in trouble.
What's this in?
Lakeland Village.
Was she sweet? Was she kind? Was she bubbly? What do you remember about her?
She was really kind, and she said she wanted something serious.
Honestly, this kid, I feel like he could be played by John C. Reilly. Ugh.
And how old were you when you met her?
13 or 14.
So at what point did you feel or did you hear from Celeste that there were problems at home?
She said how her mom didn't treat her well or whatever, and she didn't like where she was at.
Did she talk at all about...
Dude, you see how many cuts there are in this interview? Being an interviewer, interviewing a teenager must be one of the most frustrating things to do.
Her relationship with her parents?
Kind of. She just said they were mean or whatever. She didn't like them.
And then you guys broke up, and the next thing you know, you find out that she's involved with this internet sensation, David.
Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna happen, like, at all, because like she was always like so happy and stuff.
What is your...
God, this guy's he's really difficult to listen to. Like, it seems like if there's any way for David to get out of this thing, he's going to get out of it, because like every piece of evidence against him, it's either circumstantial, that they can't directly connect to him, or it's this fucking kid. Like, interviewing, I didn't think that was going to happen. That's weird. Wait, so she was with this David guy? This is a weird thing that's going on. Yeah, fucking, hey, dipshit. Was she with the fucking rapper guy?
Your last memory that you have of Celeste?
We were at PE.
Like, literally every sentence starts with,
And she told me and my friend that she was running away. And she said it was because of her parents. And she was like joking about it. And she was like happy, like joking like she always was. And like it didn't seem real, because like she was like playing around, joking about it.
Ma'am, how much Tylenol did you take about 16 and a half years ago? Just spitball.
And the next day she wasn't at school, and like that's the last time I saw her.
Did it break your heart that you were not going to be with her, or did you feel upset about losing?
I don't care. Okay. The fact that this kid confirmed that she was with David and that she talked about being with David, that's really all we need. The rest of it, I mean, Jesus Christ, I think I'd rather have a section of my lower intestines pulled out through my asshole than listen to any more of this kid being interviewed. Jesus. One person writes, say joking about it again, right? Sam Show says, you don't know all the evidence against him. The hardest hitting shit is revealed in the courtroom. Wait till the cameras from the Tesla is shown. That's a good point, is that all those Teslas have cameras, and maybe they have enough to get him already. I hope they do, but they haven't moved on him yet. I guess the wealthier they are, you know, if you grab them too early, they lawyer up, they spend all their money, they build basically a wall. Guys, Los Federales, thank you for this mock-up poster you made. It's 8 days, for Christ's sake. I won't be anywhere near Diddy. Thank you very much. What a fucking dick. Abel Graham says that kid had the personality of a dead moth. Just about. Just about. Aaron Brown says, we called those shorts nutters. That's the thing now. The thing is, the nutters are what they wear. They're way too fucking tight. They're awkward. It's weird for everybody around. It's like, stop it. Enough with the thighs. It's gay. I hope by the time my son is older, he still likes wearing like gym shorts and stuff, and like wind pants and shit like that, like athletic pants. Thank God. But like hopefully they go back, because what happened when we were kids was Gen X had like John Stockton and Jeff Hornacek, and millennials went, oh, those guys are fucking lame. That's stupid. And we saw Allen Iverson. When we were kids, Allen Iverson was a bad motherfucker because Allen Iverson was teaching the NBA style. And he was like, nah, you got to be able to wear your shorts down here. And they were like, all right, let's meet at the middle of the knee. So they did. And Allen Iverson gave us style and he changed the game. And now everyone wore, and I'll admit, millennials let the shorts go a little too low, like down to that mid-calf Jenko shit. That's weird. I'll give you that. But we brought it back up to about mid-knee, even the full knee. But we brought it back up, and it was good. And then these fucking kids, they go up to the middle of the thigh. It's like, guys, this debate was settled long before you were here. That's fucked up. Thank you. Hulkamasha Baby says, your cellmate could pull your intestines through your ass. All right. Chips and Diff says their bodies have plastic in them, so they don't have nutters anymore. That's true. Maybe the shorts are a lot shorter now because all the balls have microplastics, and you don't have to worry about any of that. Okay. Well, I mean, that just makes a whole shitload of sense. All right, let's open up a couple more stories here. We got about a half hour, 40 minutes left for today. You little fuckers are 1:30 away from tomorrow's goal, so we've almost got a perfect week. Again, not to brag, but the evening show people are done through all of next week. So I don't know if I just keep adding to their total every night or if I go until your total is knocked out tomorrow and then I do it. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to do this, to be honest with you. Let's go ahead and get to some of your comments. Approachable says, hey, Dick, you leave my Jinko jeans alone. Those things were fucking awesome. So I apologize. I'm sorry. Chips and Diff says, girls can wear thigh highs, though. I'm not in the business of giving a shit what teenage girls wear. I don't have a teenager yet. And me giving a shit what teenage girls wear at this point would just be weird. Be honest with you. I think as a 30-something-year-old man, you don't really need to give a shit what teenage girls wear until you have a teenage girl and you're like, and you got to get a little Taliban-y, you know? Rabbi Smoothie says, at least you didn't have a receding hairline with the cornrows. It's all about the positives, right? Atomic Ray says, set up your commissary account before you get toe-carcerated. Thank you. It's nice to know that you guys are looking out for me. I appreciate it. Satan's Mechanic says, there's some kind of potato in every day's meal in prison. It's not prison. I'm not going to prison. Thank you. Jesus. Oh, man. ICE help. I don't know which one of these I want to do next. Oh, not the mandatory barcode. Fuck that. Let's do that one. The United Kingdom is going to introduce digital ID, which will be mandatory in order to work. This is basically an injectable ID, basically microchipping you like a dog. And if you don't have one, you can't get a job. This is their way. This is their workaround of being like, oh, we're not making you inject a microchip into your body. We're just saying you can't get a job if you don't. The UK is the most tragic pick your own adventure book I've ever seen, because every adventure they pick, you know, the books where it's like, now you can go down this road and do that, or you can do this. It's like there's two paths for Britain, and it's either sunshine and bluebirds, or it's lightning and a dark castle. And they cannot stop going into that dark castle. And then when they get put in the Iron Maiden, they're like, all right, governor, maybe this won't happen next time. Pip, pip. It's going to happen every fucking time, you guys. It's like Britain thought that they could kill their own society 20 years ago, and it hasn't happened yet, so they're trying to speed run the fucking thing because they're starting to get frustrated. This is, what's his name? Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, talking about the digital ID that will be mandatory for employment. Check this out. This is, ladies and gentlemen, This country used to define Western civilization. I just want to point that out.
And that is why today I am announcing this government will make a new free of charge digital ID mandatory.
Did you hear that, guys? Free of charge. How do you like that? We'll subjugate you for free. I'm sorry. When we started this segment, I said that, the UK, they're choosing tyranny. They're selling out Western values, everything else. I want to apologize. I jumped the gun. They didn't mention that they were going to do it free of charge, that they weren't going to charge you for the chip that they were putting in your arm. That's really great. I keep saying it's a chip they're going to put in your arm. I'm assuming that. I mean, the way UK operates, it might just be a suppository that they shove right up your asshole with a mallet.
For the right to work by the end of this parliament. Let me spell that out. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. It's as simple as that.
These people are like bragging and promoting like Brave New World, evil Big Brother shit. Like it's not just that they're trying to do it or they're trying to sneak it in or they're trying to, a little bit here and a little bit there. It's that they're doing it openly and they're super fucking proud of it. What can you do? There's nothing you can do to a bunch of people when you go, you're going to try and microchip us and force us to do it or we can't work. And they're like, yes, that's correct. See, I thought I was catching you doing something that you'd be really ashamed of. Turns out, no. All right. Hey, guys, it's free. This is literally one of the signs of the Antichrist. Now I understand why people thought the rapture was coming. Now, the government said the digital ID would be held on people's mobile phones and become a mandatory part of the checks employers have to make when hiring staff. Over time, it would also be used to provide access to services such as childcare, welfare, and access to tax records. So they're not going to put it into your body, okay? But you have to get it if you want to get childcare, welfare, or access to your own tax records. Boy. So unless you go like full-on Kevorkian and you go super duper off the grid, I guess the message here is fuck you. If I'm giving you the long and short of it. Now, this is Nigel Farage. I like Nigel. Nigel's pretty based. He's going to offer the counter argument to basically having your phone microchipped to access all your records and get a job, which I believe the rebuttal should be about 4 seconds long, and it should be, you've got to be fucking kidding me, no. But let's see how he eloquently puts it.
So the Prime Minister says we must have digital ID. That's the way we'll stop illegal immigration. Well, think about it. Germany.
You're a fucking island. You can stop illegal immigration very easily. Turn the fucking boats back. Now, I know there's the channel and everything else, but stop them at the channel. Stop them at the ports. Turn them the fuck around. You don't have to bring them in. Oh, no, the reason we're microchipping your phone and, forcing you to do this to basically access your life is to stop illegal immigration. You guys are all starting to hate illegal immigration, right? Let's just microchip all our phones. What, illegal immigrants won't be able to get it? If there's a way that you can give it to illegals, the UK is going to figure it out. It's probably less expensive to turn the boats away and turn the migrants away than it is to just start chipping up everybody's phone.
As ID cards, strict ID and checks, it's made no difference at all in Germany, and nor will it here. All that digital ID will be is a means of controlling the population, of telling us what we can and can't do.
Isn't it amazing? The same country that reads your Facebook posts and shows up at your door if you're mean to trans people or Muslims are now saying, trust me, just put an app on your phone that allows us access to all your records and that you'll need to work. We're not going to use it for nefarious purposes. Motherfucker, you go on Facebook to see if I'm being nice to migrants. What do you think's going to happen once you have a direct line to me?
Of finding the innocent. And didn't we see it all when we had the pandemic, when you had to have vaccine ID to travel, to do various things? Did that stop the COVID pandemic spreading? Did it hell? All it did was put cost and inconvenience on everybody else.
I feel like the British government is basically at the point where they're like, they're really not going to have a revolution over this. Well, keep pushing.
I also worry about massive data banks being held by the government, being hacked by foreign governments, by private companies, by criminals. I do not see a single benefit to the government having digital ID other than them controlling what we do, what we spend, and where we go. And we, in Reform, are wholly opposed to it in every single way.
I mean, it's crazy that this is a debate, though. Like, it's crazy that Nigel Farage had to make a 1-minute video to say this is bad. And it's also crazier that I think he's going to lose. It's where we're at. Jim Sharkey says, but James Clapper and John Brennan are behind it, and certainly we can trust those two fellas. Is that true? Our former CIA director is in charge of that? UK tracking John Brennan. No fucking way. While no credible sources state that the UK is tracking... Oh, no, it's not that. It's not that. UK briefed on the CIA on Trump campaign contacts with Russia. UK John Brennan phone track. Yeah, so all right. I don't see anything about this. Send me a link if you've got that. Oh, Jim Sharkey says they're not in charge of it. They just came out in support of it. See, that's weird to me that the former head of another country's intelligence service had an opinion on this whatsoever. I think it goes to show that your sovereignty is not what you once thought it was. Oh, my God. UK is tracking Kevin Brennan for his alleged connections to the IRA. Really? Wow. The UK actually caught a recording of Kevin Brennan making threats.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Unlikely Hero says, Steven, if you are real, how about another 10 for the toe? Oh, you hear that? Steven, if you're checking in today, Unlikely Hero is very mad about how much money we made last night, which, again, that shouldn't make you upset. And if you're there, he says you have to throw in $10. Otherwise, to him, you're fake. So, Steven, ball's in your court. They might have us, buddy. I hate to say it, but you are our punchline, and we're so glad you're here. You know how we've been talking about a lot of these homes that have been bought up by multinational corporations and these hedge funds that are just scooping up what would be middle-class homes and jacking up the price of them? Well, one of those hedge funds in Minnesota is accused of squeezing $40 million of wealth out of North Minneapolis. The country's largest landlord owned more than 600 homes in the Twin Cities just a few years ago, but now it's gone. From a financial perspective and from a health perspective, the change can have a big impact on the community. Fox 9 toured 220 homes, Havenbrook. So the hedge fund was named Havenbrook, and it owned 220 homes in North Minneapolis alone. Now, see, that should be illegal. I don't think a hedge fund should be allowed to own 220 homes in a neighborhood. You know, the FCC made this regulation that you couldn't own more than one FM and one AM in a radio market. And it allowed for small broadcasting companies to, own stations, and the big guys couldn't come in and buy them all. They considered it against the public interest. They eliminated that in the 90s, and it helped kill radio. I think we need to have a similar regulation on homes. I don't think you should be allowed to own more than 2 homes in a I don't know, what mile radius do we want to set up? Like establish a neighborhood, 2 miles, 5 mile radius, whatever. I think it would be good because it would encourage individual family home ownership, and it would stop these hedge funds from coming in and manipulating the market, which is what they do. Let's listen to what happened here in North Minneapolis with this, and let's listen to one thing Minnesota might have done right.
Well, a landlord with hundreds of properties was pushed out of Minnesota, and their former rental properties are now slowly returning to families for ownership.
Good.
Fox 9's Corin Hoggard toured one of those former rental properties in North Minneapolis today. So, Corin, it sounds like this could be a major change for folks in that community.
I love Corin Hoggard. I know his name's Corin Hoggard. He's Corin Hoggard, and he's just got such great fucking dad energy. I love this dude.
Yeah, Amy, both from a financial perspective and from a health perspective as well. This one right here was one of about 600 homes in the Twin Cities metro that was owned by Havenbrook. They owned 220 homes just in North Minneapolis, and renters' rights groups said that gave them too much power to kind of control what the rent was, to do, very little in the way of repairs, and to squeeze $40 million in wealth out of North Minneapolis alone.
So when they say that, so they bought these houses at a certain price, and when they were kicked out, they sold them and they extracted $40 million in equity. I believe is what that means. Either that or they took $40 million in rent from people. But either way, they basically came in like vultures, bought a bunch of houses, and then took a bunch of money out of the community and then fucked off. This is why there needs to be laws making this shit illegal.
But they are gone
This
now.
is also where libertarianism fails. Like, libertarianism is like, what? It's the free market. And, if the free market says that this hedge fund wants to buy 22 houses in one neighborhood and fuck over everyone. It's like, no, I'm sorry, but that's not the freedom to swing my fist ends at the end of your nose. That it fucks over a lot of people, and it shouldn't be allowed because that's not what it was designed for.
Now, and single-family home ownership is starting to come back in their former places. This one right here has been rehabilitated. It's about 2,100 square feet, and it's going to sell to a single-family home.
Nice.
To be a single-family home, it's going to sell for about $280,000.
Jesus, that's a lot, though. 2,100 square feet, small yard, North Minneapolis, which is not the nicest part of town, still $280,000. I mean, what fucking poor family in North Minneapolis can afford that? Well, I mean, there's people who do pretty well for themselves that can't afford that. Getting a mortgage on a $280,000 house would be kind of a strain on the old budget. They might be able to do it, but it'd be a bit of a pain in the ass. I remember, man, my first house that Ashley and I bought, $139,000, 1,750 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, split level in Sauk Rapids, and 3.5 or 3.7 interest rate. We paid $900 a month for that house. And you raise a family, probably still have all 3 of our kids in it. When we had our second, we were like, it's getting a little full. We want to move, and we moved. But even then, I mean, the next one we bought, bigger than that, wasn't that bad. Now the rates are up. The prices are through the fucking roof. I looked at the house that we paid $230 for. $230 in Big Lake back in 2017, I believe. We paid $230,000 for it. And it sold recently for like $4 or like $415. And it's just like, it's not fucking worth that much. It's just nice house. Don't get me wrong. It's a nice house. They want to put this one at like, price this one at like $375 or some crazy shit. And it's like, sorry, no. Nice house, beautiful house. Not gonna like the house, beautiful house. But Jesus Christ, man.
If it sounds familiar to some people, Fox 9 has been reporting on this extensively on Havenbrook before they left Minnesota. So how did that play a role in this and lead us to this stage?
Yeah, we heard back in 2022 at least, and maybe even before that, we heard from renters who said that they had a lot of problems with Havenbrook, that they were just leaving everything unfixed here. We're talking about standing water, mold, broken appliances, and a lot more. And so the Attorney General...
So not only did these fucking hedge funds buy these houses, but they let them go completely to shit, did not care. So that's what they mean by took $40 million of wealth out of the community. Because they needed to fix up these houses so that they could be sold again after Havenbrook just fucking dumped them.
General investigated, found some of the same problems, a lot more problems, sued Havenbrook, eventually got a settlement that was $2 million for the renters who had lived in these terrible conditions, and then $2 million more in rent forgiveness. And then Havenbrook left the state after selling off all of their properties. But
it's criminal. Like, guys, we should be able to round these people up and throw them in jail at least. This devastates communities. This keeps neighborhoods poor. I'm sorry if I'm a liberal on this, but if you're a shit lib Democrat for saying we need tighter restrictions on the housing market, we need to ban hedge funds from being able to buy these, no foreign money should be allowed to buy an American single-family home. If that makes me a shit lib, then I'm a shit lib on this issue, because we need to we need to batten down the hatches on the fucking housing market, because what these hedge funds are doing is trying to price the middle class out of home ownership so they can't be upwardly mobile, so they can get all of your money. They want to take away inherited wealth from the middle class because they're using it to move themselves upwards. See, these working class people from the greatest generation to the boomers to now the millennials, they're finding out that a lot of them aren't as fucking dumb as they thought. So now they got to rig the game. And they're rigging the game hard. Like us millennials came through the crash of 2008 and started buying our houses. So we got decent deals. But they're trying to fuck these Gen Z people over because they're tired of all these billions of dollars that could be theirs, that could belong to the hedge fund people. But these goddamn families keep inheriting it and building their own wealth with it. These fucking scum. They're plumbers and they're hand workers, and they don't deserve this fucking... It's ours. We gotta ban these people from doing this because it's happening all over the country.
But, you know, here in North Minneapolis, about 15% of all the rental properties are owned by big corporations that own at least 10 of these properties. And so Attorney General Keith Ellison told me he's still keeping an eye on all of them.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it, meaning I'm not going to do shit because as a Democrat, I'm just as in the bag for the fucking corporations as the Republicans are.
You know, after the 2008 financial crisis, a lot of these big hedge funds, private equity firms scooped up and got into the rental housing market.
How about that? We bailed out the fucking banks. And with some of our bailout money, I'm sure it got to hedge funds that they were involved in. I'm sure there's a conspiracy there. And they were able to buy up these homes with bailout money. I guarantee it somehow got there. You're not going to convince me otherwise. Part of the conditions of our tax dollars going towards these bailouts should have been we own a portion of these corporations. We own a portion now. We had to bail you out. We own a piece of it. Yes, the banks should have been. And look, man, I'm a conservative guy economically, but I believe if you're going to go after taxpayer money, then we partially nationalize the banks. I don't want it run by government. I don't, because the bureaucracy would fuck it up. But I believe that the government should be a silent partner and the people should be given a check from these financial institutions every quarter based on the profits they make. There should be profit sharing, and there wasn't. The other rule that should have been made is that these dirty, grimy, greedy fucking hedge fund dickheads who are trying to kill the middle class in this country are banned from buying real estate. But we didn't do any of that. We just cut them a blank check and they're still doing business the same way.
It's not a healthy thing. Landlords do a good service for people who need rental housing, but it works best when the landlord is close by,
yes,
can watch the property, has a relationship with the tenant. These nameless, faceless hedge fund, private equity funds.
I believe landlords should be like, and I've been in sales for a long time. I believe landlords should be like salespeople who have accounts, and that you should service the account regularly. You know, even if it's a knock on the door once a month from the landlord, or when you pay the landlord, they go, hey, how's everything going? what's going on in there, you know, how's everything, is everything working well and stuff like that. If you can't do that, then you shouldn't be allowed to own the property.
They don't care.
Corin, I'm curious if you had a chance to talk to anybody who lives in that area. You know, ignored rental property, rehab like this, it's just not something that happens every day.
No, I did talk to the next door neighbor here and a few others. The next door neighbors lived there for like 4 decades or even more, and she did tour the place today. Very excited about it. She said she saw this property kind of decline maybe 20 years ago, and you know, tenants would come and go, but you know, she's pretty excited to see what's going on here, and we're going to hear a lot more from her.
How fucking pleasant would it be to have Corn Hoggard just show up at your house and be like, hey, can I chat with you for a little bit? It'd be a nice day, right? Atomic Ray says hedge fund houses are the bread and butter of the home warranty program. MSO says new merch, steel toe soap on a rope. It's not, dude, it's not bad. It's not bad. They don't like that they don't like when you refuse to be broken by them. They don't like that. They don't like when you have a sense of humor. Well, but that's the thing about accepting the mistakes you've made, learning from your mistakes, and moving on. It doesn't get you down. It doesn't break you because you know you're better than that now. And again, I wish we had a system that wasn't so petty about it. I do. You're not going to like this one, unlikely hero. Steven with $50 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, why would you call him gay?
Oh my God!
Why would you?
Holy shit! Holy shit! See, unlikely hero, you got to stop stepping on rakes like that. You know these guys are going to respond. Don't call out individual steel toe donors. They've got more money than apparently they know what to do with, and they'll just, you said 10, he threw 50. Sorry, buddy. You lose. $80. There's $80 left in this week. Holy shit, you guys did it. You guys are a day ahead. You had no goal today, and you still got us within $80 of tomorrow. Thank you. Reformed Rapscallion with a point that I've been afraid of for a long time. He says late stage capitalism was always going to look like this. I know. I just really don't want this to be late stage. I don't want us to be there. You know what I mean? I don't want this to be the end. Somebody says, we all know Aaron's going to drop the soap just to see what happens. I mean, look what he did to get into the place in life he's in right now. It's not. Rummage Sale says, why are you acting like 15 or 8 or whatever it is? It's no big deal. Normal people don't go to jail. No, I know. I'm aware. But like, it's 8 days. We'll get it done. And then onward and upward with life. You know? I don't know. Since I run the company, I guess I'm in charge. But I still have to discuss whether or not I'm going to serve a suspension for this. There has been no disciplinary action taken by Steel Toe Media against my actions. So I guess we'll have to figure it out. Crowder Wears Panties says Trump went to jail. Aaron's just like Trump. Right? See? Yeah, you got, like I said, let me do you a favor. Do not be more upset about this than I am. It's just going to make you sick. I'm sorry. Uriah Grove says, I predict Aaron will get more views and donations after he's done with jail. Well, look, as long as you have a good attitude about it, you realize, look, I did some dumb things years ago to be in this position. You pay your debt and you go on. It's like any other debt you have to pay. You pay your bill and you move on. And if that leads to some stories and we have some shit to talk about and it's people are entertained by it and they want to hear about it, that's great. That's wonderful if people want to hear from me. Owl B. Joshin says the toe shank redemption, this time it's for all soap on a rope. Larry Schulte says Reagan's deregulations in the 80s led to this hedge fund lunacy. You're not incorrect. There was also further deregulation when it came to the Clinton administration. So there's that too. Does Minnesota have work furlough? No, they do not. That's why they're kind of flexible with everything. That's why it went 15. You served 10. Credit for time served. It's 8. Jim Sharkey says, just load up the pillowcase with soda cans and beat the shit out of the toughest inmate. Guys, it's not prison. Rummage Sale says, not mad, just asking. I'll take your word for it. But I don't know, man. You're not gonna make me feel guilty or make me feel bad because I have a good attitude about everything. I think that's probably gonna have to be something that you deal with, to be honest. News anchor face plants in wicked exercise stunt fall. Let's do this. We've got 10 minutes left. I don't know if we should really deep dive into anything. Let's do some fluff. You guys ready for some fluff? Let's watch somebody embarrass themselves live on the news and fall down. Of course, Barry Weiss listens to shocking story about Palestinian suicide bomber. You know, it's amazing that Barry Weiss only listens to stories about Palestinians being suicide bombers, you know? I never hear Barry Weiss on her podcast ever, hear stories about IDF shooting people in line for food. Tim Dillon actually did a very funny thing about Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss had I'm not kidding. This is so on the fucking nose. Barry Weiss had a Mossad agent on her show saying, I don't know anything about Mossad. I don't know anything about how it operates. So I brought you on to talk about it. And Tim Dillon did such a funny mashup of it. We'll do it in a second. First, let's watch this. This is so there was this nonprofit that wants New York City to get healthier and everything else. So one of the anchors was going to do the whole, oh my God, let me try it sort of thing. And this might oddly enough be a great endorsement of this program.
Oh, that could be done.
What?
Yeah.
How am I going to reach this, Kenny?
I'll give you a little boost. You all right?
No.
All right, there you go. Good.
Okay.
And just hang there. And now
Oh,
what I want you
God.
to do, wait, cross your ankles, and I'm going to help you do a pull-up. So go ahead. Pull. There we go. Come on. Another one. Good. Give me 2 more.
Oh, my God.
Last one.
Please slip with your hands.
Yeah,
Please let your hands slip. Yes. So she let go. She didn't give him the heads up that she was letting go, and he kept holding her feet crossed, and she just ass over tea kettle. Oh, that's just, guys, you ask me, that's just good, clean fun.
Pull. There we go. Come on. Another one. Good. Give me 2 more.
Oh, my God.
Last one.
No, Kenny. No.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, you okay?
Oh, my God.
I hope you get paid enough. I don't know what the salary is to do Good Day New York, but to take a faceplant live on television while trying to do pull-ups, love it. MSO says, is that Rosanna Scotto? Maybe. I don't know. Crowder Wears Panties says, am I the crazy one for not caring what Aaron said in court, or are you just an obsessive gay F word? I think it might be that one. $4.99. Yes, of course. What are you talking about, man? I haven't done any of that shit for months now. So I know you don't want that to be the case, but I'm sorry, buddy. You're going to have to take that up with yourself. Rogue Veda with $10 says, let's load up that commissary. Oh, my God. Thank you for the $10. 70 away from tomorrow morning's goal. And, of course, the evening show has knocked out. What has the evening show knocked out? Everything through next Thursday. Unreal. Thank you guys so much. All right, let me find this Tim Dillon, Barry Weiss thing real quick. This was, I felt insulted that what do you call it? The the Barry Weiss, what the fuck is the name of her pot? Free Press or something like that. I was so insulted that she brought on a member of Mossad and then said, I have no idea about Mossad. But Tim Dillon just went the other way and said, all right, let's do a send-up of it. Let me see if I can find this. Tim Dillon, Barry Weiss. Gotta find the ice cream thing. It's, you know what it is? Here's where I saw it. I saw it from Owen Benjamin's Twitter. So maybe if I go Tim Dillon, Barry Weiss, Owen Benjamin. Here. Because the tweet from Owen Benjamin was, it was like, Tim Dillon is hilarious. Yeah, here it is. Tim Dillon is fucking hilarious. So if you don't know Barry Weiss is someone who had a podcast that barely anyone listened to. And somehow a media company bought it for $250 million. It's fucking bananas. Very clearly an operative. And so she had the director of Mossad on her show. This just goes so well.
And welcome to Honestly.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, a lot of
former director of Mossad.
People on the internet believe that you are my boss because they believe that I am a member of the Mossad.
Oh,
but
really?
This is actually the first time that I'm meeting you, or at least as far as I know.
No, Barry, nobody's saying you're a member of the Mossad. We're just saying you're a paid whore for Mossad. Big difference. Nobody would accuse you of being a member of a spy ring, just a bought and paid for shill.
Any member of the Mossad. So I'm very excited to meet you.
I'm the first one that you've ever met, but
there might be, I might have met people.
Might be others that you know the world.
First, I want to set the table for people because the Mossad is an...
Oh, someone pointing out, Rosanna Scotto comes from a mobbed up family. R.I.P. to the guy who made her fall.
Agency that is just shrouded in so much conspiracy and propaganda. Simple question, Yossi. What is the Mossad?
So Barry Weiss brings on the former head of Mossad, which is a spy agency who lies for a living, like all spy agencies. And she goes, a lot of people think they're part of some grand conspiracy and they've got all kinds of wacky theories. So go ahead, former head spy for Israel. Tell us the truth. So Tim Dillon was inspired by that. Here was his response.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. A friend of the show, Barry Weiss, did a fascinating interview with a member of the Mossad, and she really looked into the process, and it was incredibly interesting. So what I want to do now is I wanted to bring someone in to explore an area where I am completely clueless. I mean, completely in the dark. And I wanted somebody to kind of walk me through an area of study that I know nothing about, just like Barry did. So I want to thank you for coming, Chloe. You work at Dairy Queen.
That is true, yes.
What is Dairy Queen in your mind? What is it? Because people say that they serve ice cream there, and I'm not even super sure what that is.
What's ice cream?
Yeah, what is ice cream? Like, what is it?
Oh, it's like the frozen dessert ice cream.
Like a little treat.
It is a treat, yeah.
For like a frozen kind of it's like an ice.
It's sweet. It can be soft or hard. It's chocolate, vanilla.
And those are
the flavors.
Flavors?
Yeah.
So there's different flavors of ice cream.
There's many flavors of ice cream.
You know what I love about this is that it's 6.5 minutes long. So it's like the premise has been set. The punchline has been made. The next 4.5 minutes are just beating this fucking thing into the ground. And the thing being shouted over top of it is, Barry Weiss is a bought and paid for shill and is lying her fucking ass off. All in a Dairy Queen bit.
So that's something interesting to know too.
Sure, yeah.
Now, what is Dairy Queen to ice cream? What do they do?
Dairy Queen, it's a pretty popular franchise here in America. I'm pretty sure it's global, actually.
So it's an ice cream store.
Sure, yeah, we're known for that. We also sell like burgers and.
So if I wanted to, I could get ice cream at Dairy Queen.
Yes.
What would be some of the ice cream varieties at Dairy? What's a fun thing people like there?
All right, I think we get the idea. I get the idea, but Tim Dillon also continues. I'm going to put this link in both chats for you guys. Here you go. There's the link. Chad Buzmak says, unlike Tim Dillon, 4-4 Ron has never beaten a joke to death for minutes or hours longer than needed. Thank you. I was hoping somebody would understand. There we go. And there's the link in the chat. In both chats, if you'd like to check it out. Approachable with $1 says, you were 100% going to face backlash from Steel Toe Media. I will put money on you'll taking off the air. If I had to guess, it would be a 1 week and a day suspension. He's saying that I'm going to serve an 8-day suspension from Steel Toe Media. Okay. That's it. I got to say, as the guy who is the CEO of Steel Toe Media, I have to say that is an odd amount of days to suspend someone for. I've been suspended for 3. I've been suspended for 5. Never been suspended for 8. It's very odd. Thank you guys very much. Another wonderful day for the Toe. I'm sorry to the feelings we hurt. I apologize. Just some real fucking banger shows this week. Thank you so much. Way ahead in the evenings. Pretty far ahead for the mornings. You guys have $70 left to a perfect week. I really appreciate it. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. I'm going to put some clips up today. I'm behind on clips, and we will talk to you again at 6 o'clock tonight.